Hello, everyone. Pop culture curator here. So good to see you. Welcome back. It's Saturday evening. So we are here for another edition of Rumblings from the lab. I'll try to clear my throat here. Try to sound as best as possible. I hope you're all doing well. I hope you all had a wonderful week. And I hope you're having a magnificent weekend. I know a lot of people have been busy, and there's been a lot of things happening in the entertainment industry, as well as our own private lives. But I hope you guys are doing the best that can be done. And for all intents and purposes, doing well. I don't have anybody on the panel yet, so I'll say hello to my wonderful chat members. It looks like some people have been waiting here for a while. And for that, I thank you and I appreciate it. It looks like the first one here was Edge of Time, saying greetings from the Edge of Time. Hello and greetings to you, Edge of Time. Hope you're doing well. And Gorilla's Random Thoughts says, Kapla making supper and the kids want s'mores. Well, when I was a kid, I wish they had s'mores for dessert. We had desserts, what do you call it, cake, cupcakes, cookies, whatever. But nobody had really discovered s'mores yet. And I do have to admit, that is an amazing discovery. I'm surprised they hadn't thought of it sooner. It's not copyright Hershey's, so it's actually something that somebody just invented, and you can make out of any chocolate bar or graham cracker bar. Although when I make my s'mores, what I like to use is something that's got chocolate and caramel. So that way it's chocolate and caramel in between two graham cracker bars. That's what I really enjoy. And if you could get toast over and from the flame, even better. Nemzavine says, those kids, lol. Nemzavine says, hey, Pop, I hope you are doing well, buddy. Best to be expected, I guess. Thank you. Likewise, I hope you're doing well. And Nemzavine says, hail, Edge of. And Nemzavine says, I hope you are well. And Gorilla says, did you know hamburger cooks faster if you turn the stove on? Yeah, you know what? I guess that might help. That's a very good idea. It's going to take a long time if the stove is not turned on, if it doesn't go rotten first. Edge time, return to Rumblings from the lab. That's right. We're back for another exciting episode. And Gorilla says, give me a minute. Supper is cooking. There's your minute, sir. Take your time. I totally understand. And LDG is waving. LDG of Free the Net. So good to see you. Hope you're doing well, sir. Good to see you again. And he also says, sup all. And LDG says, hi, Pop. Well, hello there. And Edge Time says, stay away from the Ben and Jerry's s'mores. Yeah, I heard that they started making their political thoughts public, and they kind of stuck their foot in their mouths. So I guess a lot of people are deciding not to buy Ben and Jerry's. I support that or not. I'm not sure what exactly they said. I don't know what they said that pissed people off. But if anybody in the chat knows, please fill me in. I guess I could look it up. I just hadn't thought about it. It's been a while since I bought Ben and Jerry's ice cream. It's so darned expensive. And Gorilla says, Edge, I'm too straight to buy Ben and Jerry's. Too straight. Oh, so I guess it means something with being the LGBTQ group or whatever that is. I know one topic I wanted to bring up tonight is, has anybody seen the new trailer for the Karate Kid season 6? And if so, what do you guys think? Are you excited for it? You think it looks like crap? You think it looks like more of the same? I know they've announced a movie with Jackie Chan. I'm not sure when exactly that's supposed to come out or how that relates to the series, but I guess we'll find out eventually. And Jackie Chan replacing Pat Morita as Mr. Miyagi. Hmm, I don't know. Pat Morita was pretty good. He was pretty awesome in that role. And to get someone to just step in, I guess it's like no, I can't really accept that easily. But I guess if you're gonna pick somebody, Jackie Chan's probably one of the best ones in Hollywood and China because he's able to cross that line and he's popular in both countries. So I give him credit for that. I definitely like Jackie Chan and I like his movies, especially his older ones. And his drunk masters, those are really, really bomb. Oops. Oops. Fighting to get you on there, Gorilla. How you doing?
Hello, Pop.
Hello there. How you doing, Owen?
Oh, no, talk.
What did you say?
How are you doing?
What?
Good.
How are you doing?
He's asking how you're doing.
I'm doing good.
Very cool. Enjoy the s'mores. I wish I could join
I'm
you.
not
That
eating
sounds
s'mores
yummy.
right now.
Yeah.
Not yet.
He's having spaghetti right now. I told him he can't have s'mores till after supper. Because,
Well, well, spaghetti sounds good too. So I would take both.
yeah.
Spaghetti is one of my favorites.
Spaghetti's Pop's favorite there, Owen.
At the time, Indifference, Karate Kid was a flash in the pan. Well,
Oh,
yeah, same here. I wasn't a big, huge fan, but I thought the series turned out pretty good.
yeah.
Were you going to say something, Gorilla?
No.
I want to say hello and welcome to my good friend and co-host, Gorilla's Random Thoughts. How are you doing tonight, sir?
Oh, uh, I am never buying an electric lawnmower again.
Oh my God. Okay, well, before I ask, I have to say I've only had experienced one. I had a neighbor who had one, and I hated it because it would vibrate and it would shake all the blood out of my hands and my arms, and it was very painful. I hated it. So, what's your experience?
Well, it's not that. It runs really quiet and really smooth, but I can only do a quarter of the yard at a time before I have to switch batteries. And so basically,
Yeah,
I got maybe 85% of the yard done before both batteries just were done for the day.
yeah, you got to buy like 3 or 4 batteries. That's too bad.
Yeah. And my yard's not that big.
So, we got to wait till tomorrow to do the rest.
Hmm.
No fun.
It's going to cut into my fishing, damn it.
Oh, that's definitely not good. Where are you gonna go fishing at?
The headwaters of the West Fork of the Des Moines.
Is it a good fishing spot?
Yeah, it's right below a dam. And it
Okay,
goes into a
nice.
nice tall pool before it turns into the river.
What kind of fish do they have there?
No, I'm going for bullheads, so there's
Oh,
walleyes,
okay.
walleyes, northerns, and catfish in there too,
What are you
and
gonna do when
and
you
some
catch?
crappie.
What are you gonna do when you catch something that's not bullhead? You gonna throw it back?
No, I'll keep it. The bullhead's the bottom of the feeding pool on for fish up here. So
Okay.
so basically, so basically, anything I catch that's not a cat bullhead is good, except for carp.
Except for
But
carp. What's wrong with carp?
well, you just got to cook it right. I want to try experimenting with smoking with it, but if you don't smoke it, it just tastes like crap.
You got too much of that fishy taste.
Well, it's real greasy, and it's really greasy, and it has a real bad lake taste.
Ooh, that does not sound good.
Yeah. Oh, we
Hello,
got someone
LBG.
who is using an avatar to act like he's Jesus here.
Hello, hello, hello. Did you say Jesus?
Yeah, that's what your avatar look like. You're trying to proclaim.
Yeah, I am the internet Jesus. Yeah, but no, thank you. I appreciate that.
Jesus of
Hey,
the internet, huh?
I will
hey,
die for your free speech. Yes, totally.
hey! If I have $5, I give you $5 to go tell that to Salty. I want to see that. Him go off on
Oh
you on
Lord.
that.
Yeah, let's not go there. He's gonna. Yeah, no, no. I will die for internet sins. All your hyper porn, all your shared passwords, all your all your tweets with naughty memes, all of it.
Oh come on!
How
I
you
haven't
doing,
done that
Pop?
many bad memes.
Oh God, dude, you kidding me? You're like yeah, your behaviors on the internet, I'm sure, makes up about 2/3 of my naughty list.
Yeah, it seems like Gorilla's always battling it out with somebody on Twitter.
It's easier to name the things you haven't done bad.
I don't understand how Twitter works. I mean, if I even say the word damn and I try to type it, it says, "Are you sure you want to put that?" Most people don't say offensive things like that, or some kind of, it gives me some kind of warning. I don't understand it. And then I see people say some of the nastiest stuff, and that seems to get published. So I don't know what's going on or how
That's
they
because
judge it.
they click posted anyway. They click posted anyway.
But don't they get shadow banned or whatever?
Not on Twitter. That whole asking if you want to post it things just to shut some people up.
Okay.
I hear that it's a law in some country and someone thought it was a good idea, but
Or some certain words you could say. All you have to do is say something. If somebody says something dumb, you could try to reply back with like, "That's stupid," and it tells you that stupid is a bad word. So I guess it doesn't want you judging or criticizing people, even though we all know there's a lot of stupid people out there. So, oh well,
Well,
to
that's
each their own,
stupid.
I guess.
Oh wait, sorry,
Yes,
my bad.
that's what I thought.
hey,
That's what I
Don't
thought
hey,
judge
too.
people. Like you might
hey,
as well
maybe we should.
declaw every cat on the planet if you can't judge people. For God's sakes.
Hey, maybe I should just start putting in the comments and on Twitter. Well, in the words of Admiral Patrick, that's a stupid statement. Nothing. Okay. I think
I've
LGG. I
never
thought you'd
heard of
like
that.
that one. Oh, it's from DS9. During the war, there's these. They did some genetic experiments. Some parents did some like underground genetic experiments there, and they went really awry. And this one guy, he's like got highly emotional, all that, but they wanted to see Julian Bashir again, so they stuck on the station every time, and he's just they're dressed up as Starfleet officers there, and the guy named Patrick, he dressed up as an admiral there, and he went by Admiral Patrick there. And every time someone would talk to him, like asking for identification or ask him who he was or something, he goes, "Well, that's a stupid question." And then
Oh,
it's usually like
that's a stupid question. Yeah.
yeah,
I remember that.
and the ensigns, like the ensigns and all that, would always back down because you never question an admiral, you know.
Are you supposed to be here? That's a stupid question. Oh, never mind.
Edge of Time says microwave is the best way to make s'mores, not actually a hot take.
No,
Oh, agree.
no, we got fire pit all the way.
Oh, okay, cool. There you go. That's the way to do it. Ola Greg says, "Hi, gang. Hello, Ola Greg. Good to see you there."
Hey, OG,
Edge of Time says, "Hey, Greg." And Ola Greg says, "Yo, Edge." And Ola Greg says, "I have an electric mower that has a plug." Oh, no, that's even the worst ones. I forgot about that.
yeah, I didn't
Edge
want to
of,
have to go get an extension cord too along with it, so
and,
I got
and,
extension cords.
right. And try not to get that thing tangled up and run over the cord. Edge
Yeah, that's
of
another
Time
thing.
says, right. Fire toasting marshmallows to a crisp is a dream but the microwave is perfect every time. I will keep that in mind. Maybe I'll go and pick up some of the stuff for s'mores, and maybe I'll have that ready for next time.
Yeah, because everything on the internet's true.
Especially right, especially coming from the chat here. Hello, Sci-Fi Sit Dan. How
Yeah,
are you doing?
yeah. Abraham Lincoln said that. Hey,
Always
sit down.
microwave, yeah. Directly from Abraham Lincoln, always microwave. Or Greg, when I cook shark, I wrap it in foil and put butter in it. Then I slowly smoke it. That's how I do salmon.
Hey,
I
oh Greg, when are you gonna ship? You gotta ship me up some shark. I've always wanted to try it.
I've had shark, but I haven't cooked it myself. I think it was at a restaurant. And Sci-Fi Sit Dan says a pop culture curator. Hello there. Well, hello, Sci-Fi Sit Dan.
Hello. Well, Gorilla, make sure you don't end up eating a loan shark, okay?
Oh, I'll head down the liquor store here eventually. The closest I
Yeah,
can
you
get a
got.
land shark is 28.9 miles at the Hy-Vee liquor store. I got mapped down, or I got down to the tenth of a mile to that liquor
It's
store.
28 miles to the nearest liquor store, or it's just that
No, no,
particular
not
liquor store?
that particular liquor store down in Iowa.
Or what's good about that one? What makes it worth the
It has
trip?
land shark. It has land shark is cheaper prices because it's Iowa.
But if you're driving a half hour, do you really save the money in the long run?
Well, not when I go down there every couple weeks.
Oh, okay, cool. Now, Land Shark, what is it, a beer or what?
Yeah, it's a golden beer.
Does it taste good?
Oh yeah, it's my second favorite. I
Now,
really miss a Kopani though.
when you say golden beer, do you mean it's golden color, or that's just the name on the label?
It's a golden color. You got your Michelob Golden, you got your Miller Golden Light. You got it's a golden beer.
So then that would make like just like Bud Light golden beer.
No, Bud Light is light beer, along like
Oh,
with Coors Light or Heineken or
so it doesn't go by color.
no. Well, those are classified as lights. There, you got your lager. Like they'll say it right on the labels too. Like they'll be golden lights, or you got like your lagers, or you got your IPAs. Then your IPAs branch off into different IPAs.
Okay, nice. Well, I know that can't when it gets really dark and thick. I can't handle it. It's
That'd be your
got too
lager.
strong of a taste.
That'd be your
That'd be a
lagers.
lager. Yeah, yeah, that's good 'cause for kicking your butt if you want to get drunk really quick. It works great, but I'm not usually in that hurry to get drunk, and I'll probably end up puking if I drink something that strong. That's probably
Oh,
why
and
somebody
that's what
doesn't agree with
reminds.
wine.
That reminds me. I'm gonna have to send you a dill pickle beer.
Can you send it to the mail legally?
Who's gonna search it? It's going domestic.
Oh, that's true. But
I'm not on a
my,
watch list, or at least I don't think. I think I've gotten thrown on the list yet.
I think you're
I
supposed
think
to
yeah,
know if you're actually on one of those or not.
yeah, I think you would know. They'd probably let you know. Make sure you mark it fragile so they don't shake it up.
Well, I'll still get
Oh, they
shaken,
do
but it just won't
anyway.
get dropped.
I know, but maybe not as much so. All right, Son, I'm going to listen to what you have to say. Ole Greg says sharks are offshore and I no longer own a boat. I would love to go deep sea fishing. Ole Greg says, knock knock, telegram, da dum, land shark.
Dun dun
Da-dum,
dun
da-dum,
dun.
da-dum, 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 da-dum. Oh wait, wrong movie.
Yep, that's a reference to that. Reference to Saturday Night Light skit. Ole Greg, champ. Champ. Oh, I don't think I've heard of that one. There's so many brands though. I'm out of touch. There's so many brands that I don't know. I know a lot of are regional. So there might be some brands that Gorilla can get where he's at, but that are not available here, and then vice versa. There's probably some here that aren't available there.
Tell me, have any of you gone out fishing for shark or caught shark by accident in the ocean?
I ain't driving 2,000 miles to go look for a shark.
Don't
So
go
that'll be
too
in
I've
far
the
away
went
from the beach.
because I haven't
LDG's
gone out.
wrestled one down there in Florida. LDG's wrestled one. He's the Florida man. There's a newspaper article and everything about him doing that. And he's not even paying attention.
well, the reason why I'm asking is I caught a few sharks in Monterey. I think a bay in California. The bay was infested with sharks, and I caught like 5 sharks in a row. The largest one I caught was about a 3 footer.
Very cool. How was it? How did it taste?
Um, I did not eat it. We had to cut the line and try take the hook out of it, toss it back.
Wait, repeat. You what?
We threw the shark back.
Why, too small or what?
Well, we don't eat sharks, so we threw back the shark in the ocean.
Oh,
At least my family doesn't. We don't eat sharks, so we tossed back the shark into the ocean.
you don't like shark?
No, because I haven't had shark.
So I'm confused. So you throw it away, but you've never had it before? Do you keep it? What do you keep?
We usually go fishing for rockfish, bass, trout, and that's about it to eat. We don't go fishing for sharks. We don't.
They have trout that are sea trout. I'm sorry,
Yes,
salt water.
yes, and also freshwater. Depends on what type of trout you're looking for. I think steelhead
Yeah, I
trout
know
in
they have.
California. I think steelhead trout is saltwater based as well as freshwater.
Yeah, I know trout has freshwater and bass and some of the others. I fish for those, but I have not went deep sea fishing, so I'm not sure of the different ones they have in California off the coast.
Well, Pop. Well, what I was sort of trying to say that you probably misunderstand is that me and my family we went fishing in a bay area in the shallow water that was full with sharks, and I caught about like 5 sharks in a row, and I tossed them back because I don't care for shark. I never had shark, and we don't eat shark as a main fish food to take home. We had to toss back the sharks alive.
Well, they have shark at restaurants, right?
It depends on what type of restaurant you go to.
Seafood? I don't know. Uh-huh.
Shark is for the fancier restaurants.
That's what I thought. I thought it was kind of expensive.
Yeah, that's those restaurants that the potato costs you at least $30.
Not bass. That's why I don't eat seafood a lot.
Well, the only reason that the potatoes cost you like 30 and your meals cost you over $100 is to keep the riffraff off, and that's where all the celebrities go, so they aren't bothered.
Oh, well, let them do it, but I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to pay that much for a meal.
Yeah,
If I was
Yeah,
super rich or something.
yeah,
plus
it's for the celebrities, is what it is. And
yeah,
the
Well,
league,
then
plus
you
so
got
they're
to be
not
in a
bothered.
you. Well, you got to be in a place that has celebrities. Then
Oh, well, they're in major cities, is what it is. It's in in the bigger cities. Like
so you,
they have a couple fancy restaurants up there in Minneapolis, St. Paul, and that's where all your football players and everything else go, and the baseball team players and stuff, or the
got
people or those fat overweight bakers that have the supermodel wives that are only with them for their money.
Right. And,
Those
and
people.
plastic surgery galore.
I don't know about plastic surgery, but it's for those it's just so people don't bother them when they're trying to eat or have a business
Right.
or they take them or they fly in a bunch of people, a bunch of investors in and take them to those restaurants, as a bribe, kind of bribe them into investing in their
Right.
companies.
Or politicians trying to bribe them into voting for them.
That'd be more like the super PACs and the lobbyists buying the politicians' supper to get them to vote for a certain way.
That's true. Lobbyists, especially lobbyists. I hate lobbyists.
Man, we have the best system in the world, don't we?
Sure
Hey,
do, don't we?
hey, it's the best of the worst times. It's the best government we've come across yet. I mean, it could be the worst. It could be communism, socialism, or even a parliamental system. Those suck. But
Either way, it's going to be corrupt.
yeah,
Well, most forms of government are corrupt to a certain extent. They are.
You guys see those purple lights?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah,
so
we-
the
we-
camera's
we-
too damn good at blurs,
we
but
see your crack pipe there, LDG.
yo, God, dude. I'm just finishing. I just need like 10 minutes. I'm just finishing a computer. Oh, you put me on big? Okay, here. I don't know if I can. Boom, boom, boom. There it is. Oh, you saw it for a second. But there's
Yeah,
a
Focus, focus.
computer right there. Won't
Yes,
let it
somewhere.
focus. But yeah, that's the inside. He's got nice purple fans. The guy's got a pretty good case. I just need about 10 minutes to finish what I'm installing on this computer, and then I'll be able to pay attention more and interactive with you
Yeah.
guys.
Yes, 10 minutes
Nice.
before it self destructs and blows half his office away.
No, is that going to be a gaming
The poor
computer?
guy. Yeah, it's a gaming computer. The poor guy had a like a 200 gigabyte hard drive, and his computer got filled up real quick and crashed.
Oh, yeah.
The heck,
I
my
can
crappy
see that.
laptop has a terabyte.
Yeah, so now he's got a terabyte. But yeah, he was doing a lot of twitch streaming and stuff. So he was recording his games, and he's
Uh-huh.
like, "Yeah, I just finished playing a game one night. Shut off my computer. Woke up the next morning. Computer doesn't want to boot up." Like, yeah, because you're recording, you filled up all your space, and then once you did, your computer pooped out.
I guess he didn't
No
realize
hard
that
drive
was going to
space.
happen, huh?
Yeah, I mean, you had less space than a
So-
floppy
so-
disk left on your hard drive. Big Pete's sakes.
So LDG, did you have to transfer the storage that was in the old drive, or did you have to erase it all for him to start over?
Yeah, so I did back up. I did back up what I could. So I did save his files and just reinstalled on the terabyte. And now I'm just finishing the installation after I put Windows on there. So
It's bullshit how little memory they're shipping out on computers these days.
oh yeah,
Friend of
tell me
mine-
about it. I remember
Yeah,
when
friend of-
Dell was bad. They were
LDG
giving people 2 gigabytes of RAM when Windows 7 was prime. Like, what? You can't run Windows 7
I
on 2
know,
gigs of RAM. I
yeah.
don't care who the hell you are.
250 gigabyte
Nuts.
hard drives, right?
LDG,
crazy.
tell me, is it too much to pry to ask what type of games your customer plays usually? Is a multiplayer or role playing games he usually plays?
He seems to be playing. No. He's one of the race car gamers. Grand Theft Auto, Burnout, games like that.
Yeah, well, I would say Pop probably does not care for the Grand Theft Auto games, but then the Grand Theft Auto games are mainly for basically to satisfy our darker impulses in those games.
Okay, get my fat ass off this. Put me down.
Okay.
Or just put up your profile picture again.
No, don't apologize. Just I can't. Certain camera angles, man. Dear Lord. I
Yeah,
apologize for
hey,
anybody there that lost their lunch a little bit.
Yeah, well, at least it's not you in a towel.
Well,
Do we have to remind people of that experience at the underground
I
guy?
told you weren't supposed to be in the underground that early, and I'm sorry. I didn't expect to have my camera on that early. But not my fault, okay? Not my fault. You chose to come to the underground at 5 a.m. and I was in a towel. I'm sorry.
well, tell me, does the camera add on 20 pounds?
You know, sometimes it loses it and sometimes it adds it. It's really weird. Now, if you got one of those regular, cheap man's webcams, like, like a Logic Tech, even the really good webcams, it definitely adds 20 pounds. But if you get yourself a nice curved lens, it seems to do the opposite. Not a fisheye lens, just not a fisheye lens, but when I mean a professional lens, I guess is what I'm thinking of.
Oh,
like the lens on this camera is like $1,500. The lens on a $200 webcam is like 50 cents. Like it's different. It's made different. It's bigger. It's not fisheye, but it's curved. It's got millimeters to it.
So can
I see it does a better job to me. Huh?
Can you change out the lens on that camera you have?
Oh yeah.
Oh
yeah.
nice.
This one goes from I think 25 to 50 millimeter, and then I can get another one that's like 14 millimeter to like 24 millimeter, or I can get like the really big ones, 100 millimeters, 150, 200 millimeters.
Right.
The kind of lenses that you need, like you need a dolly to hold up just the lens.
Yes. That's awesome. It's a lot better than what I have. I've got a built-in 720p. In fact, I noticed that's another thing too. It's another thing where the new computers are seriously lagging. I noticed a lot of the new laptops are coming with 720p cameras. I'm like, what the hell? You think they'd be 1080p at a minimum?
That's because my internet cannot handle 1080p.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what the hell are you paying for?
If what am I trying to say here that I'm going to ruin because it's supposed to be funny? Gorilla is still on animated GIF porn. That's all his computer can handle. Animated GIF. 2-second images. Yeah.
Oh, just a sec. Where is it?
Oh. What the hell? No, we got to get you some better internet, though, Gorilla.
My options are Frontier or Southwest Broadband, and this is the cheaper option.
How much
when I think about your internet, how much does it cost?
Yeah,
Gorilla,
Gorilla,
74 a month or something like that.
That's pretty high.
34 a month?
Yeah.
$34?
74. Did you say 74?
Oh, 74. Ah, okay.
Yeah, that seems pretty high. You should be getting more than that for what you're paying. And you've only got one computer in the house, one device.
Well, we got the computer and the TVs and the tablets. And if I decide to hook my phone up,
what are your
TVs and the tablets and the pudding pops?
What do your TVs use? You have like streaming services or what?
I got a Fire Stick.
Oh, Amazon. Okay.
Yeah, those Fire Sticks are nice. I could jailbreak them.
Yes, I've got one. Not bad.
They're better than Roku, I'll tell you that.
Thinking about like $120 for my internet, but it's all right. I mean, it's fast enough, thank God. Everybody needs fiber, dude. Like I don't know why the United States have not gone through an entire fiber undertaking.
Well, I'd have to pay for the fiber myself because my parents didn't sign up for it when they're offering free fiber installation.
Are you serious?
And I'm
Oh my
serious.
lord!
Well,
You don't
I
need
think
no fiber.
they were getting ready to move at the time, so they said, "Screw it."
It's free. Say no to free for shit.
I know in the Bay Area they were offering before I left fiber for $50 a month. It was a service called Sonic. That's not bad at all. That's a good price.
Fastest internet I ever had was one and a half 1.5 gigabytes up and down. 1.5 thousand megabytes. It was so fast. I had to buy a new router just to make use of all the speed.
I would love to have
It
that.
was beautiful. Oh my god, dude! It was so effing quick. But they hacked fiber now. They had a couple people in a university figure out how to adjust the fiber, like the fiber protocols or wavelengths, and
Of
they were able
course.
to access some hyper wavelengths that gave them 7 times faster. Some
Wow.
crazy number. Like you could download the entire Netflix library in like 4 hours.
Wow.
Every movie on Netflix, 4 hours. Like it was just ridiculously fast. But
You
of
think
course, they're not
that's,
going to actually do that
I know
for
you think that
everybody.
would be the standard. They're not going to do that, though. They're going to milk us for all we have. We're going to pay the highest price for the slowest bandwidth. Most of the other countries are getting much better bandwidth than we are, especially
Pop,
here.
around what time does what time does PvP usually show up on these Rolling Sold Out if he makes it?
I don't know. It
Like 20
varies.
minutes ago. Huh.
It varies depending on what he's doing or what day of the week it is. I'm not really sure what's up with him today. He did text me earlier asking if I was going to do the rumblings, and I said yes. And he said okay, but he didn't say what time he was going to come or if he was going to come. But it's interesting because you think, like with Gorilla saying that he can't even do a camera that's 1080p, no, but he can do like Netflix.
Well,
And
I could do 1080, but I can't stream it like on Cosby or nothing. If you think the slideshows are bad now, wait till I put it in like 1080. Then it'd be
okay, yeah, and being in a small town, you don't have a lot of options, like you said. I know here where I'm at, three of us get on. There's three of us living here, and the three of us are on the net. I can't get any bandwidth. That's where you guys have seen where I've tried to do my streams, and I had to outright cancel them because I couldn't do shit, and that sucks, especially for what we're paying to rip off. They were supposed to pass a law where they need to start giving us faster internet, but I don't know if they'll ever enforce it or not, honestly.
It sounds like a distraction bill to distract you from something else.
Probably so, yeah. As far as they could pass something else that they wanted, which they probably got.
Hey, here's a bill that requires companies to give you faster internet. By the way, here's another 100 billion to Ukraine along with
Exactly
it.
right.
See, I think they should make a law that they cannot put anything in the bill that has nothing to do with the title of the bill.
Yeah, you would hope, right? A lot more
No,
transparency. But getting
no,
transparency from a politician, I don't know about that.
Yeah, that way you can't sneak in all this extra crap and label it like the Save the Kitties Act or something.
Yep.
That way, because they'll label it something totally benign, and when people vote against it, go, well, all these people voted against it because they don't want to like save the kitties or whatever.
Or yeah, the people that read the fine print.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or the
and,
good
and
says,
yeah, and you wonder why our government overspends a lot because we don't read the fine print or they don't.
well, that's what they're looking forward to. That's why they make them 1,000 pages. So hoping you won't do that.
Oh, you're being generous with the amount of pages. I said their bills are getting up to be 5,000 pages. I wish some congressman would have the balls to sneak in on like page 324 one line that says abolish the ATF
Oh yeah, I
or
know, right?
abolish the NFA
Taylor
or
Swift,
repel the NFA.
Taylor Swift, greater than Disney, Star Wars, and MCU, and Doctor Who. Hello there. Good to see you, Taylor Swift. And the guy says, my last shark I caught was 8 feet, hammerhead, and I had to strap it to the side of the boat to get it back to the dock. Sounds like the old man in the sea, but it sounds like, did you eat it, Ola Greg? How was it? Lemon Pie, hello everyone. Hello, Lemon Pie, good to see you.
Hey, Scurvy.
And Ola Greg says, hello, Lemon. And shark is delicious, says Ola Greg. The one that I had was, I thought it was too. Ola Greg says, redfish, drum trout, shark, flounder, and a dozen of the species are on my menu. There you go. Hello, Pops and Suzanne. Hello, Suzanne. I hope you're doing well. Good to
Hey,
see you
Suzanne.
there. Lemon Pie, hiya, she says. She also says, Ola Greg, hello. And then she says, Lemon Pie. Lemon Pie says, Oilers, and waving at Suzanne. And Suzanne says, Gorilla, hello, Age of Time. Hello, Nemesis, hello. Yeah, Nemesis is in there somewhere. LTG, hello, Sci-Fi. Sit down, hello, she says.
Hello.
Hey, Pop, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna head out. Me and the kid are gonna go make some s'mores.
Have fun.
Yeah, I'll be back on later once the kid decides he wants to go to bed.
Sounds like a plan.
All right, bye.
S'mores does sound good. But I'm trying to remember what candy bar I used when I made my s'mores. Let's see, it was chocolate and caramel. It may have been a Cadbury of some kind. But I know it was bomb. I always get carried away and end up putting more stuff in it than I need to. So anybody of you guys on the panel, what do you guys think about Karate Kid? Have you guys been watching any of it?
Which ones?
Is the new season out?
The trailer is out for the new season.
Do you mean Cobra Kai,
sweet.
or do you mean Karate Kid, the TV show?
The TV show. Why? What else is out there?
Because I haven't really heard of the Karate Kid TV show.
Yeah, they're going into its 6th season. You haven't heard about it?
Oh,
I thought that was Cobra Kai.
Yeah, as did I. Are you sure you're
Sorry, yeah, that's
wrong?
what I meant. That's what I meant, Cobra Kai.
Yeah, no, I've been waiting for that to come out now. It's like skipped a year or something. I don't know, but yeah, I'm definitely down for watching it.
Yeah, it skipped a lot because of the lockdowns. I guess it's going to be in 3 parts, and they're going to have 5 extra episodes. It's going to be 15 episodes instead of 10. And I think it premieres in June.
Yeah,
Sorry,
and
go
then
ahead.
Nice. I can't wait.
then there's speculation on the schedule when they're going to release the episodes. They're going to do five episodes each per half a year, I think it is, or something. They're going to release 5 episodes this year, half in June, then the next 5 in December, then the last 5 probably in January of next year, probably. At least
Yeah,
that's
they're
the
going to
rumor.
split it up. Supposedly, right? But then, I don't
I
know
have
how it's going to impact the new Karate Kid movie with Jackie Chan. I don't know how those two are going to, if they're going to cross paths or not.
I have seen some of Cobra Kai, but not all of it.
Well, from what I've seen, in my opinion, I thought it was pretty good. I've seen 5 seasons, and it was pretty strong. They've got a habit of bringing back some of the OG characters from the original movies, which really helps.
Yeah, I mean, it ended pretty strong. So I'm definitely looking forward to it.
Hey,
Yeah,
tell
Last
me.
season.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Pop.
I was just saying, I want to see Reese enact revenge for being framed. I mean, it looks like it's going to be good. They left off on a pretty good cliffhanger.
Yeah, there was a rumor going around before they retracted the official news, but there was a rumor that Velma, the horrible anime show, was getting in season 3 until they decide to retract that news online.
I'm sorry, what?
There was a rumor going on the internet that there was going to be a season 3 of Velma, that the anime show
Oh,
there was, but they canceled it.
oh, that's good because but from what I heard, that's crap. I'm not going to watch it.
Yeah, well,
I like Scooby Doo, so I don't want to. I don't want anything to hurt my or tarnish my memories of it.
Yeah, and I'm
well,
not I'm not down for the Velma show either, but I am kind of looking forward to the next season if they have it of what's her name? Wednesday.
well, the question is, will the actress be able to play ball with the production teams? And what she's she says she's against all this the PC crap, but the question is, will that derail the show by having them have to recast her because of those beliefs she has, or will they be able to work with her and make a new season with the original actress
Or was she
who played
having?
the character?
Was she giving them issues on the last season?
I haven't seen the show, but there is speculation around that part on why it's taking so long, or what's going on in that series. That the actress and the production team and the company are clashing over ideologies.
So stupid. She's just starting out. It's a little too early for her to be making demands. These idiots they hire these days are, I don't know. And I heard that same bitch is supposed to be in Beetlejuice, the new Beetlejuice movie. I don't know who's looking forward to that. Are you guys gonna go see Beetlejuice?
Oh, I'm really looking forward to Beetlejuice. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, the
Cannot wait.
Beetlejuice movie, with the Batman actor, I forgot his name, but that movie was okay in the 80s. It was okay. It had dark sense of humor too, horror humor. I found kind of amusing in that movie.
Well, the good news is it's not going to have Gina Davis in it, so that's a big plus right there.
Is that the actress from the only that name sounds familiar? Is she from the Stuart Little movies?
I
That
don't know.
actress?
I don't know. I didn't see those movies.
Because that name sounds familiar, but I'm trying to put a face to that name though. I'm not very good with names. I'm good with pictures though.
Well, I just know her in The Fly, Cutthroat Island.
Oh, that actress you mean? Yeah.
Yeah, she looks kind of masculine. She's built kind of like a man.
Well, well, there's a saying that Cutthroat Island actually ruined her career permanently.
I hope so. It put a whole studio out of business. And it ruined her husband's career too, the director, Rennie Harlan. That movie was crap. And that was even before
Yeah,
Hollywood was going with all this woke girl boss shit that they have now.
yeah, and then well, then parts of the Caribbean movies came onto the scene, and that saved the swashbuckling pirate movie genre for a while until Johnny Depp left the series.
I guess that's all it took was to have a man lead. I guess people did not want to see a woman lead.
Well, how should I put this? They don't mind a woman lead as long as she's well written and she's somewhat vulnerable uh, to um to show her human side, for lack of a better term.
Is that how they portray Johnny Depp's character?
Um, mm, Johnny Depp, Jack Sparrow, he's kind of a bubbling
Drunk.
um um he's a wisecracker. I'm trying to give a character description. He's a
Yeah, but
pirate.
I'm wondering if there's a character arc where he starts out weak, he makes mistakes, and he eventually starts doing better and learns his lesson, becomes a hero. Is it any of that or no?
No. Jack Sparrow appears to be the mascot of that franchise, but the first three movies of that franchise were of two characters named Will Turner and Elizabeth Turner, uh, and they and some say that those were their movies. The actors and actresses that played those characters, Will Turner and Elizabeth Turner.
But when people talk about Pirates of the Caribbean, they don't mention those names.
Yeah, because the big name actor that's attracted to those franchises to that franchise is Johnny Depp, because he kind of became the leading mascot / star of that franchise by default or by accident.
Kind of like Dr. Smith on Lost in Space.
Yeah, and well, for why I would say that fans are tired of a strong female lead now because they find them unlikable because they're stoic, they're arrogant, and they're somewhat like criminal like. I don't mind strong female characters as long as they're done well. And I have done a few debates in YouTube chats with YouTubers that say, "Oh, you're against strong female women or any of this crap." I say, no, I like strong female women like Ellen Ripley or Sarah Connor. Those strong female characters are good characters that I like and I love. But the characters nowadays that are so-called strong female characters, I don't care for them very much. I don't.
They're bitches. They're written as being bitches. Loudmouth, pushy, arrogant bitches. Even women are not flocking. You didn't see women flocking to the theaters to see that fucking Madam Web. So nobody wants to see that. Men or women, they don't want to see that crap. But how many years is it going to take for Hollywood to realize that, right? That's all we're going to get after Deadpool, bro. That's all we're going to get is a bunch of female-centric bitches.
Well, I will say this. Well, if BlackRock and these other major companies keep burning money through all these media projects, I mean, if they have in this pit of money, they probably will just keep funding the movies till hell freezes over. Or
pretty much, that's like right. As long as people keep buying their other products, that gives them money to do what they're doing to Hollywood.
Yeah,
because they own everything. They own everything. So
yeah, or the companies that the companies that actually work with them finally snap out of it and saying, "Hey, look, the companies that are backing us, they want all this horse shit that are not making us money. Really? Can we just keep it subtle, like it used to be back in the good old days? Don't make it so damn obvious."
Well, the only way that's going to happen is if they stop borrowing from those banks. That's the problem, is they borrow from them, and then those banks make DEI mandatory if they want a loan. So if they get to where they don't ask those companies for loans and they don't rely on them for money, then they can go back to doing whatever they want like they used to in the old days.
Yeah,
But that's not going to happen. Like Disney's a good example. They're so far in debt, they owe them up to the necks in debt that they sold to the devil. They're not going to change anytime soon.
yeah. There was a little hope under this the CEO of when Bob Iger left. I mean, Bob Chapek, but for what I saw from Duke Cox videos that actually did cover that from his inside sources, that he tried to cut out the woke virus or the woke cancer as much as he could within the balance of the constraints he was fiercely limited by. He was able to eliminate a few of the most crazy woke employees and writers
He tried.
out of that
He
company.
tried,
Yeah.
right? But everybody knew he wasn't going to last. They got rid of him because they knew that Bob, what's his face, was going to come back. The guy never even gave Bob Chapek full keys to the store. He had a pretty much limited power, and then he wasn't even there long enough to do anything. The only project he greenlit was Deadpool 3. And then they go and they blamed all their mistakes on him, which compounded and made things worse.
Well,
I'm
at
looking
least
forward to Deadpool 3.
well, at least Bob Chapek got a big paycheck out when he left.
Well, yeah, he did, but it didn't help his career, and it still looks bad on your portfolio, what they did to him. LDG, do you think that Deadpool 3 is going to make a dent in this MCU garbage, or do you think it's going to be just more MCU after Deadpool? I mean, because think about it, after Deadpool, all they have lined up is a bunch of garbage, like female centric, like Ironheart and bullshit like that.
I think
Like you
maybe they're
got,
gonna wait to see how well it does, and then depending on how well it does, they're gonna make some decisions. But I think that's what they're doing. I think they're waiting maybe
well, those other movies
to
are already in the
really see the
pipeline.
numbers. Like if it makes $1 billion, right? They got to listen to that. I mean, they can't ignore a $1 billion turnout. At least I would hope they
Those
think
other,
they wouldn't.
yeah, but those female centric MCU movies are already in the pipeline. They're already being made. Captain America is a good example. That's going to be crap.
Well, they're basically reshoring the whole damn movie because the audience reactions to it are very poor and terrible.
You never
at
know.
worst.
I mean, you really never know. I mean, they could drop a show. They could drop a show on a heartbeat, even if it's already in the film. I mean, save money, yes.
Well, no,
But
with Captain America, they're having to do a complete reshoot. They're trying to pretty much reshoot the entire movie over again. And usually that's not a good sign. Death
I
After
mean,
Dark
isn't that
says
what they've
hello.
done that before, haven't they?
Yeah, and every time they have, it's failed. Death After Dark says, oh, Halo. Hey, Pops, Fifth, Sit Dan, LDG, Suzanne, Lemon Pie, says Gap. Gap says, hey, Ola Greg, and Edge, hello. And Lemon Pie says, Gap, hey. And Lemon Pie says, Nemesis, hey there. Hail Edge, says Lemon Pie. Lemon Pie says, hey, Pop, LDG, Sit Dan, Gorilla. Gorilla left, yes, but he should be coming back after s'mores. Gap After Dark says, hey, Nemesis. Hello, Philip Gaming. Good to see you there, sir. Philip Gaming
Hey,
says,
Phil.
Pop, LDG,
Yo,
sit down, and may the 4th be with you. Yes, that is that day today, isn't it?
Yes.
Back when Star Wars was a good thing. Jack After Dark
Yeah.
says, hey, Phil. And Ola Greg says, they're ideologically driven. They remind one of the cultured resolution idiots waving their little red books. I completely agree. Philip gave me says, "Hey, Gap," and Ola Greg says, "Even China eventually turned on the monsters that they created. We will eventually prevail, and quality program will return." Yeah, but how many decades until that finally happens? Disney's a good example. I can't see any time because they've already fired anybody who was good and talented there. Now I'm talking animators, I'm talking directors, movies, producers, writers, the theme parks. They've already fired everybody. So how long until they get rid of all these bad people? I don't think it's going to be anytime soon. I know it's not going to be my lifetime. Hopefully, for your guys' sake, it'll be within your lifetime. Gorilla says
Yeah.
I'm predicting 400 million for Deadpool. Not
Well,
well. That would be moderate, I guess. That wouldn't be too bad. But I'm sure they're hoping for a lot more than that.
well, if Deadpool is, well, you have to remember they're under the Disney brand now. If Deadpool is even half decent with with with, with Disney restraint on them, it could easily make what Gorilla said easily $400 million, depending if they do poke jabs at everyone, including Disney. But I highly doubt they would tone down the Disney jokes since Ryan Reynolds basically that's a Disney property now, and Ryan Reynolds has to
Right,
tread carefully if he wants to still have a career with Disney.
right. And well, not only that though, but how many of those MCU fans are turned off now because the movies have been such shit lately? They're gonna say, "I'm not gonna go see it. I don't care how bad or good it is. I'm tired of what the MCU has done." There are people that are burned out on it. Like that's me. I wouldn't pay for it. I might watch it on streaming if I hear that it's good, but I know I wouldn't. There's no way I would give Disney a penny at the box office
Well,
because
I would say,
they'll take it spend it towards an MCU movie. So I'm not going to show them that I support their ideology.
mm, I lost my train of thought on what I was going to say. Oh yeah, now I got it. I would say, as a pessimist, if I want to do the Deadpool thing, they probably would maybe break even, at least, and at most, if they're really lucky, if this movie is actually good. The movie could make about 700 million if it's darn lucky, and depending how much the advertising and production budget is, they could break even, just about how much their production budget is, and that's if they're lucky.
It's possible, yeah, and if they're very lucky, I agree. Philip Gamey says we're into 8 years after Ghostbusters 2016, so we're going to get out the very least a decade of wokeness, formula-centric female-centric films. Yes, I agree with you. At least 8 years. And Guy Pepper says, "Hey, Gorilla. Gorilla is having s'mores, but he will be back shortly. And I want to say hello to PvP. How are you doing, PvP?"
Oh, no, not bad, Pop. Sorry I'm late.
Eh,
I've been feeling tired today for some reason. I took a couple of naps this afternoon, and I took one about 4:45. I laid down, and I thought, well, I'll just get a quick, hours sleep, and I ended up sleeping for over 2 hours. So I was like, uh oh.
Well,
hey,
your
TVP.
body must need then.
Hey? Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, I figured you can never go wrong by getting some good sleep, right? That always is a good thing. So I figured, the heck with it. If I'm an hour late,
Exactly.
it's not going to be the end of the world. So
I do have
how are you guys
um,
doing?
I do have a question
Good.
for some of your, for a few of you guys that are up in years than me. How long did the craziness of the 1960s last until it died down mainly, and then basically just fell into a whimper? If you guys remember any of that, how long did that
Well,
usually last?
I'll tell you this. Decades, are 10-year spans, right, of time on the calendar, right? Got 1950 to 1960, you got 1960 to 1970. But the eras of the events and the time period and the way people think about things during those decades, they don't end like, the 60s didn't end on the first day of 1970. The attitudes of the people carried on, and it takes a number of years quite often for that decade to fade out. Uh, so, it's like the 50s. I was, barely alive at the last part of the 50s. I was born in 58, so I don't remember anything real firsthand of that decade. But from what I've heard about history and watching videos and whatnot about the 1950s, it was conservative times, very conservative. And then rock and roll came in 1955 with Bill Haley and the Comets doing Rock Around the Clock, and that's what started all the popular music scene, that younger people could get into, because before that it was all even the music was very conservative,
Actually,
right?
I'm going to go on a line here and say I think we got gypped off in the 90s, because I think the 90s officially finished 1999. Like, we didn't even get a full decade. I think once 2000 hit, that was like a huge. I mean, my point of view. Maybe I'm wrong, but I mean,
I thought
the 90s were dying in 99. I think.
Yeah, I thought the 90s were dying halfway through by about 1995 for me, because the music really started to suck bad around the middle of the 90s, at least in my opinion.
Yeah,
I don't think it's ever recovered since then. But I was just going to mention, like, I remember, I was a kid in the 60s, so I vividly remember the 1960s. And, there was the whole hippie era thing. There was long hair, of course, even in Canada, I was aware that there was this thing called the Vietnam War going on that was, that made a lot of people very upset. I remember some of the protests and all that stuff, because that was on the news, quite often at night. Even as a kid, I was aware of it. But the craziness of the 60s, well, you had the whole peace and love, flower power thing going for a while, right? And then you had events like the Altamont, I guess it was, concert that the Rolling Stones put on. And I think that was 1969. And there was that famous murder of one of the fans near the front of the stage, because the Rolling Stones made the big mistake of hiring the Hells Angels to do security at a large outdoor event. Not the best idea in the world. And I guess this guy, he was being a bit of a goofball, and some of the Hells Angels didn't like what he was doing, so they killed him. They killed him right, right while the concert was going on. In fact, I'm not even sure. I think there might even be footage of that somewhere, because I think they did film some of that Stones concert. So it's an infamous event, and for a lot of people, that was when the whole peace love thing died that day, because it was I mean, Vietnam was ugly, ugly already, but when you started to have domestic incidents at home happening, and of course you had the Democratic National Convention where the police beat the hell out of the young protesters. There was all kinds of shit going on. So by the end of the 60s was beginning to fade, but there were still echoes of it, like especially in things like music and popular media, like some of the films and stuff. There were still kind of echoes of the 60s decade. And I'd say the 60s finally really started to die out around 1973, 1974 was when it felt like the 70s were actually becoming something different. And then when disco started around 75, 76, I mean, that was like a totally different decade by then. At least that's my personal experience with it.
Yeah, well, the reason why I'm asking that is because we're living in a similar era right now. Things are crazy, and it kind of reminds me from watching a lot of the documentary about the 60s and 70s. They're repeating themselves around this time of era right now. I'm trying to get a time frame when it might, how many years it usually lasts, if that's a reference on how long this BS may last in this time frame right here.
I don't think there's any set reference point, really. I mean, I think not just of decades, but I think of ages, because there's been dark ages and there's been the ages of enlightenment, so to speak. And those can last much longer than a decade. So, I don't just look at history in terms of decades, decade marker points. I don't really look at it that way.
Yeah,
I mean,
because
it's a
I would.
complex thing, right? Because human beings, we do evolve, and people might in some ways be the same as they were 200 or 300 years ago, no doubt. But there are differences too, right? So, anyway, Dan, go ahead and make your point there. Sorry, I didn't mean
Well, how
Babylon.
should I put this? Well, I never lived through what you guys lived through. I mean, you guys sort of lived through it, but you probably were kids back then. But I'm trying to get a sort of reference because I think I'm living through that time again that you guys used to do in the 60s or 70s. I'm trying to get a time frame how long they may last. Because this movement, I think, started at the bare minimum since I'm a youngster. Maybe 2012 when Disney bought Star Wars, and that's when things started going downhill since Star Wars was my favorite franchise. And then Disney decided to make a whole bunch of new Star Wars movies, basically just reboot the whole franchise. I would say 2012 was when this stuff really started to go downhill for me. And then
What year did the J.J. Abrams Star Trek movies come out? That's when it started to really die for me when I saw those things.
like 2009, I think it was.
Yeah, so I think it's even a little earlier than 12, Dan. But that's just as I say, once again, my outlook. But I really did not like what J.J. Abrams did to Star Trek.
Yeah, well, what I'm trying to get at is I'm trying to get. You say in your era it started roughly in the early 60s and it died out towards the mid 70s roughly, and
Well,
your
I
guys'
think
time roughly.
I think when the '60s really kicked in was around. For me, it was started probably around 1962 when the Beatles came in. People have no concept of how popular and powerful the Beatles were as a cultural phenomenon back then. I mean, there's a lot of manufactured hype about a lot of bands, even these days. But the Beatles thing was something different because there was something about their music that just captivated young people to such a level and a degree of intensity that I don't remember. I don't remember ever experiencing, music that had that much power before. Because I mean, that's when it's culturally started to change. Because you go back and listen to the Beatles, you listen to their early songs, like 1962, 64. I guess 64 was when they really hit big. And you had stuff like "I Want to Hold Your Hand" and "She Loves You," which is basically almost like boy band stuff, right? It's pretty conservative stuff when you actually listen to it, even though it's great music and very very well written music and well performed. But as the '60s went on, the Beatles, you could see the transformation of culture through the Beatles' music because, by the mid '60s, they were doing stuff like Rubber Soul, starting to, get a more advanced, complex sound. They were experimenting with recording techniques in the studio that no other band had ever done to that degree before. And then, of course, you hit like around '67 when the psychedelic thing started and the Beatles put out some of that psychedelic stuff like Sergeant Pepper's. And then they had like the White Album, which was even more experimental in some ways. A vast, wide variety of sounds on that album. And yeah, right through to Abbey Road, which for the Beatles, they did end the decade in 1970 with their music. That's when they disbanded. But there is a real development and advancement in the complexity of their sound. And I think in some ways that mirrors the decade itself as far as culture goes. Because I could see culture changing like that too. It was much more conservative. And then I'd say by about 64, it really started to shift. And that's when the hippie movement really started to take off. That's when the long hair thing really came in big. Like, you have no idea how upset some of the older folks were when I grew my hair long by the 1970s. My friends and I all had shoulder length hair, right? And I still remember one of my granddads, you know, saying, "Are you a boy or are you a girl?" And I said, "Well, last time I checked, I'm still a boy." And then I said, "Well, guys like George Washington had long hair too, Gramps." He didn't like that.
Yeah,
It's like,
well,
it's just but it was a real thing. I mean, there really was a cultural revolution, so to speak. It's the old cliche, I guess. You know.
yeah, well, this may sound kind of redundant. What I'm trying to get at, I'm trying to get a reference point when this thing may start dying down. So it's roughly about 20 years when things go crazy and things start dying down again. So basically, about a generation it goes on for. Then it dies down for about towards the end of 20 years, roughly, if I had to guess. So this, well, in my time frame, I mean, call me a naive youngster, but for me, it started well, if we're going by your time frame, probably about 2009. Then add about 20 or so years to that number, maybe around 2029 or 2032 is when all this woke stuff will finally die out or die down and then basically become a very subtle movement in the movies again. So we still got probably a good 5 years or at most 8 years of this crap before it finally starts to die down then.
Well, I think there's a difference though too with our current age we're living in, because when I was young back in the 60s and 70s, things felt a lot freer to me because I could just go out with my friends. We didn't have any cell phones or no tied. We weren't tied down to like our parents in any way. So if we wanted to go out for the weekend, we'd go out for the weekend and do whatever the hell we wanted, and nobody was going to tell us what to do basically, because once we left, once we went out the door, we were just gone, and our parents had no idea what the hell we were doing. So now everything's so controlled. I mean, most people got cell phones now. They can be tracked everywhere, I guess, pretty much. It seems like with the mass media, the powers that be that control all these studios and the companies that are funding this stuff, it seems to be much more intense now, agenda wise, because back in the 60s and 70s, the people making art, be it the music or movies or television, they were more concerned about doing making a good product and doing the best job they could on what they were making. And there wasn't this sense of, well, there's probably some political undercurrents in some of the things, of course that came out, but not to hit you over the head level that a lot of this stuff has nowadays. So I don't know when it's going to end, because I think that some of the people in Hollywood and some of these companies funding, pouring money into this woke stuff, I think they have such they're such ideologues with such a heavy agenda they're trying to push down everybody's throats, basically. Um, I don't know when it's going to end. I think this could go on for quite some time until basically they go bankrupt, and there's going to have to come a day eventually where they're going to start to run out of funds. But I have no idea how many years that might be, right? So
Yeah, well,
Well,
trying to be
now
close.
these days you've got politics so intertwined with everything now.
oh
I
yeah,
don't know.
exactly.
Yeah, well, call me well, I consider myself a realist when it comes to things. I'm trying to guess when this stuff may blow over and things return to relatively normalcy, not be as crazy as it is right now. Call me a guesser, but I'm trying to guess when this stuff may die down or somewhat cool off. I'm trying to see the future in a little more positive light. I'm trying to see when this stuff may die down and finally just be very subtle again. In other
What
words,
stuff in particular?
all this man hating ideology in movies nowadays, and then all this bland, forgettable female lead crap that's happening in movies now, and basically, and well, from what I hear from commentators and that actually do this for a living, there's a lot of hate going around in both the entertainment sphere and in the political sphere. There's a lot of white guy hatred in Hollywood nowadays, and there's a lot of um push the like forcefully push the agenda of putting minorities in everything, no matter what race or gender or affiliation they are. I mean, I don't mind ethnic diversity as long as it's done well, but if it's just shoved down our throat for that, then don't put it in the movie. And as for this gender ideology bullshit that they're trying to put in movies, I hate that. It goes against nature, and I want all that stuff just basically torn out or just put it on the subtle down low again.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if I had a crystal ball, I might be able to forecast the future, but I honestly have no idea when this stuff's going to end. I mean, there are signs that some of it might be weakening in the sense that there are possibly signs that, you know, they are starting to realize that making films for empty theaters might not get them anywhere eventually, because I don't think most, you know, average, you know, rational people are buying into their agenda message at all. So, you know, even though these people seem to be just, you know, ideologues to the point of insanity, um, even for people that nuts, there's got to come a day when they start to realize that nobody wants the shit that they're trying to shovel. So, but I don't know. I don't know. The human race can be, it can be pretty maddening at times, because I mean, you look at history, and there's been some periods in history when people seem to go,
Oh.
you know, go goofy and do terrible things to each other, and you know, there's been periods, you know, that's happened
I'll be
before.
right back, guys. I'll be right back.
Okay.
No worries. All right, he
But
came and
yeah,
picked
I
up the
don't know. I
computer,
don't
so
know
I'm
if
good.
when it's got to end someday, I would guess, but when, I have no idea.
Yeah, well, I just hope that this movement ends before reaching the latter half of my life, and this shit keeps on going on, because by that time I'm like, you know what? I'm too old for this shit. I might just watch the old stuff that's going on 100 years plus. Just
That's what I've been doing. That's what I've been doing, Dan. And I say there is 100 years of cultural media history that are, you know, out there, especially with the internet now. It's so easy to find it and explore and watch this stuff or listen to this stuff. And you know, there's a lot of really rich, interesting cultural media history out there to explore if anybody just wants to do it, right? Which is what I've been doing since I was a kid in the '60s. I mean, even in the '60s when I was a kid, I was going back and looking, you know, watching like 1930s musicals, you know, with like Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers and all that crowd, right? And some of those movies are fabulously, you know, great fun. I mean, there's some great movies there. So,
Yeah,
you know, instead of
yeah,
just biting my nails and getting all angry about the current state of media, I'd rather just go back and watch some things, you know, that have been made previously, because there is a lot of good stuff there.
yeah, and you guys may call my generation the lost direction crowd, but I hate to admit it, but you guys are kind of on point with that, because in all of the I sort of left the TV show, or the modern TV show and movie scene. I'm gonna say the last movie I saw in theaters was the first Avengers against where a Loki movie, I think it was, or it was possibly Cowboys and Aliens during that time. That was the last movie I saw in theaters. After that, I sort of left the theater scene. I don't know why, maybe because I thought subconsciously as a kid that if this is the best movie I could see in the theater, then what's the point of going to the movie theater? Which ain't, that movie was okay, but it wasn't the best movie in the entire world. It was okay. And if I probably thought to myself as a kid or subconsciously, okay, it's the best I can afford in my day and age for a movie. It's like, really? I can go watch other older TV shows or movies like Terminator 2 or Terminator or Alien and Aliens, where those movies are actually good movies, not these okay movies nowadays in my generation.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember, like you just mentioned Aliens, for instance. I remember when that came out, I went and saw it in the theater, and it was packed. It was a packed house, right? You probably couldn't get a ticket, kind of thing, by the time I, you know, got a seat and the movie started. And I remember, you know, those days when, you know, I guess that was '80s or something when that came out. The '80s was probably the last real powerhouse decade for films, because there was a lot of great films that came out in that at that time. And
Yeah, there's also
back then, they'd pack the crowds in, and you know, people would be lined up around the block to go see a movie back then.
yeah, there were a lot of great hits in the '80s. Predator, Terminator, and all that, and
Yep.
Commando, Rambo. I think the first Rambo movie came out in the late '70s or early '80s. I think
Oh, I'd have to
Rambo
look it up.
80s. 80s.
Oh,
But
so the
yeah, yeah,
Rambo
you
movies.
had all kinds of
So
stuff.
the
Yeah,
Rambo
like you had
movies
like
came out.
E.T.
Yeah. So 80s was like a lightning and a bottle decade. In other words, huh?
Yeah.
80s was a pretty solid film decade, I'd say. I think personally, my favorite decades for films were the 60s, 70s, and 80s, because there was a lot of good films made in all three of those decades.
Yeah,
Um,
and here's the kicker. I may be young, but I grew up on those movies. I did.
I think that's true for a lot of younger people. I mean, it's not, maybe is I'm sure there's plenty of young people that aren't aware of all that great stuff. Sad. It's kind of sad that they're not because they're missing out on a lot of really good stuff. But I mean, there's people, other young people. Well, like Jill. I was hanging out with Jill watching Star Trek earlier today because she always does her Saturday morning Star Trek Cosme watch party, and she's young. She's a lot younger than I am, and she just she soaks up all this stuff from the past, right, like a sponge, which is great because I can always tell her all kinds of stuff I know about, and she's like happy to have a conversation about it, right? So that's a lot of fun. So there are younger people that are aware of quite a bit of history from the past. Like, hey, I think we even was it what stream? Oh, anyway, forget it. I'm losing my track. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, and it seems like that the generations, my generation is half lost and half figuring out our way by looking to the past for inspiration. That's what we're going at.
Well, a lot of people have always looked at the past, previous times for inspiration because you go back to a lot of, you go back, a lot of years, go back a century, and artists back then were looking at the art that had come before them, and either they were using it as inspiration or they were rebelling against it, to come up with their own ideas and their own original, form, art forms. So I think it's a pretty common thing actually for people to look at the past because that's that's where a lot of our knowledge comes from. Let's face it.
Yeah, and lemon pie just did a joke about you, PvP.
Oh, I don't have the screen on. I'll have to switch my tab to YouTube here.
Well,
No,
yeah,
I did not hose down hippie protesters with eggnog. Thanks, Lemon. That's a good one. Lemon, my unofficial joke writer.
Well,
Oh,
well,
man.
don't worry, Lemon. Just be thankful he did not show them his dirty laundry.
Yeah, I actually should have done laundry, but I'll have to do it tomorrow now.
Yeah, PvP.
I hate doing laundry.
It says like Lemon is the eggnog person, and I'm your laundry guy for jokes.
Yeah, there we go.
Guy Patriarch says, "Hey PvP," and Gorilla says,
Yep.
"Poll for the chat: do you burn your marshmallows or try and brown them?" I brown mine. Lemon Pie says, "Hi Gorilla, hi PvP," and Gorilla says, "When PvP gets that eggnog in him, 60s never died." Lemon Pie says, "Ha Gorilla," and Lemon Pie says, "Brown, not burned." I agree. And Gorilla says, "90s died on September 11th." And get past my stream elements, the bots. Lemon Pie, PvP, hose down hippie protesters in the 60s with eggnog. Pleasant Valley Picker says, "Ha, Lemon." LOL Gorillas says Pleasant Valley Picker. There we go. But I think at a minimum, we're gonna have to wait and see what happens at the next election. I think that's what's gonna really steer where we go next.
Unfortunately, I'm not that optimistic. I don't see politics as solving anything anymore. I think it doesn't matter who gets elected in any election.
Oh no, it's gonna get worse no matter what. But I mean the speed at what it gets worse. If the party who's in charge now gets reelected, it'll go to hell in a handbasket much faster. Is what I'm saying.
It could, yeah. That you got a good point there, actually, Pop. Yeah, I would definitely agree that that's a possibility. Yeah.
Right. So the only hope we have is if the other party wins, they'll put the brakes on a lot of the shit that's going on,
or slow it down at least.
I wouldn't
Right.
bet on it though, because I think the politicians get a lot of their money from some of the same people that are shoveling the
They
shit, right?
do.
So you know,
They do.
Yeah.
so they're kind
So
of
overall,
complicit.
I would say that my prediction. I mean, call me a psychic or like what you said, a PVV, holding my crystal ball. I would say probably 2029 will probably be at best when all this shit would die down, or heck, at best again, 2032 is when this stuff would die down, and hopefully you guys are still alive during that time frame to see it
Or
go
you
back to
guys
normal.
will.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping to be alive still by then. My parents and family members we usually seem to last till around 90 before we expire in my family. Although, you know, I mean, I know I should probably cut back on the drinking. That's probably not going to lengthen my lifespan any, because I do still tend to enjoy the sauce a little bit more than I should, for sure. But
It's
I gave up
it's
smoking. I gave up smoking 30 something years ago, so that was a good move I made. At least I stopped that bad habit. But yeah, I mean, genetically, my family's pretty good. It's not heart attack or anything. I don't worry about that too much. It's the cancer thing that seems to get my family, because I have had a few family members pass on from that in my lifetime. So yeah, I just I hate cancer with a passion. I just wish, I really do wish they'd actually, get off their asses and come up with some kind of cure, or at least a treatment that was actually more effective.
That's not
I
going to
mean,
happen.
well, it all depends on the type of cancer you have, the pop. Because my cousin's wife got diagnosed about, I guess, gosh, it must be 2 or 3 years ago now, and she's been taking. They did all the scans and tests and everything on her, right? And she was actually able to get a pill therapy where she takes a pill once a day, and it's kept everything in check for the last couple of years, and it has not advanced. So it actually even shrunk the tumor that was in her pressing on her spine, right? Because that's when she noticed it, because she was getting back pain. But
Well, that proves my point. They'll never have a cure. Not as long as they can have you taking a treatment every
yeah,
day. There'll never be a cure.
but at least it's kept her in really good remission for those years, and so far, fingers crossed, it seems to be working. So I
That's
think
good
it
for her.
does
They must have
depend.
caught it early.
Yeah, it depends. Yeah, well, I guess she got it early enough too. Yeah, of course. But it does depend also on the type I think you have, because some cancers are more curable than others. From what I know. So you know, but yeah, cancer. Yeah, that's the Achilles heel in my family for sure. Anyway, gosh, this is such a fun, fun, happy conversation, isn't it? Sorry to bring up cancer, Pop. I know what you're battling.
I don't care what the subject that we're talking about. I just give my honest opinion.
Yeah, well, that's always good. I'd
And
rather have people give an honest opinion.
speaking firsthand for somebody who's been through it, I think it's corrupt. I think they invented a cure for cancer decades ago. They're never going to release it because they're making more off the treatment than they are the cure. And I'll never believe otherwise. And like I said, I saw it firsthand. I'm worse off after taking the treatment than before I did. Oops. Hello
Hey, there
there.
he is. Jar Jar Gorilla.
Oh, did I forget to change that?
You're still remembering Jill's Friday stream, no doubt, there, Gorilla.
No, Mikey's earlier.
Oh, Mikey. Oh, he did Star Wars too, did he? Okay, because I remember Jill was doing Phantom Menace on Friday, and she was. When I informed her that was the one with Jar Jar, she was like, "Oh no, you're kidding."
Yeah, why did everybody choose the Phantom Menace? I mean,
Oh, that
there's
was
other
Scott.
things in Star Wars they could have showed.
That was Scotty's pick, Pop.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah,
It's
that's
almost
what
like it's almost like he's intentionally trying to drive people away from her streams.
It seemed like an odd choice to me. Yeah, I would agree there, Pop. It seemed like a very odd choice. Oh well.
That's why I didn't go in there. That's why I wasn't there. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
talk about that fucking movie.
Well, Pop, if he's trying to drive people away, he will have done The Last Jedi.
Yeah, he would have.
Well,
Yeah.
I had to work half a day on Friday anyway, so I missed it. So
I
it was
was so
no
busy on
worry for me.
Friday. I was so busy on Friday, I even missed Bird Stream.
Oh, okay.
I
You
listened
were,
to Part of Birds. I listened to Part of Birds, but I wasn't going to be there for the Phantom Menace stream.
Oh, I gotta read this one here real quick. Good, Gorilla's back. My jokes will seem less offensive by comparison to his.
that's another good
Hey,
one, Lemon.
well, you know it's pretty bad when the conversation gets pretty bad when LDG goes, if Gorilla's questioning it, let's change the topic. So apparently I'm the bar on what's acceptable conversation. Is LDG
Boy.
even listening?
He's there.
No.
I'm sorry. What'd you say there, boss?
I said it. I said the conversation must be pretty bad when I start questioning the conversation there that you asked someone to change the subject there. So I must be the bar, set the bar for what's acceptable or not for conversation.
All right. Shit.
Because you had that on your stream when you had Scotty and someone else on there.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I remember.
Yeah.
Well, I would say this: as being a panelist on Jill's Phantom Menace stream Friday, it was actually a very good stream with my fellow Star Wars fans on there.
Yeah,
And
it wasn't too much fun for me. I was too busy working, and I'm not a Star Wars fan. So these May the 4th be with you days done. Not to, I saw a lot of Star Wars streams up, but
Hey,
can't follow along with it.
oh,
It's
all
only
you
once
guys.
a year. It's only once a year. They should have covered the original trilogy.
Yeah.
The fact they wasted their time on the sequels and the prequels, I don't know. I don't understand it.
Hey,
Yeah,
Hey.
like the next 2 days, like you have May the 4th and Return of the 5th and Revenge of the 6th or some crap like that.
Oh no, I hadn't heard of that.
yeah, us
Uh.
grill fans celebrate those.
You know, like
Yeah.
7 of 9 day and 7 of 9 day. It's not really a Star Trek day, but it's
well, tell me, what day of the year is special to you, Star Trek fans? For us Star Wars fans, it's May the 4th usually. What day is it especially for you, Star Trek fans?
We don't have a Star Trek
First
day. do we?
Contact Day. First Contact Day, and like I said,
That's
7
if
of
you're
9 day.
that's if you're a fan of First Contact. We're talking about a Star Trek day that is for all of Star Trek.
Oh, no. That's not if you're a fan of First Contact. That's First Contact is First Contact. It's Trek wide.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for-
First Contact Day is Star Trek wide. I mean, that's been an Enterprise I mean, it's been mentioned in multiple.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's when the
multiple
Vulcans
series. It's-
landed.
TOS?
Yes,
I don't know
With,
about TOS. Pretty
with
sure
the
it was.
Zephyr Cochrane episode. With the Zephyr Cochrane episode. So when he went to Warp, he mentioned he met the Vulcans, and that was April 5th, 2061.
That was 2063.
Yeah, because Jill
I know it was
had
mentioned
her,
in Voyager,
Jill had her first contact
mentioned
stream.
Enterprise.
She had her first contract Friday stream like a month ago. So yeah, and
Yeah, it was a month
that was
ago.
a lot
yeah,
of fun.
something like
Actually, that was a lot of fun.
So
Which
basically,
you talk about?
Well, we were talking about First Contact, the movie mostly, but we probably talked about all kinds of things like Jill usually does.
so
But it
so
was fun.
basically
It was a fun day.
so basically for you Trekkies, it's First Contact Day for your widely celebrated Star Trek fandom. For us Star Wars fans, it's May the 4th, and according to Gap, is also the 25th of May.
25th of May for what?
For when Star Wars came out, from what Gap says.
Oh,
Yeah, that was the official
I
day.
mean, September 8th too. By the way, is actual Star Trek Day. September 8th.
Why is
First
that?
contact. It's April 5th. That's just the anniversary marking
Oh,
the
I thought you
original
said
series
September.
premiering in 1966, Star Trek Day.
Oh,
Yeah, that was the day where they had all those posters on Twitter, and they left out Captain Kirk, which made no effing sense whatsoever.
Yeah,
oh,
really.
that's
Yeah, take the most iconic character of the whole damn franchise and eliminate them, right? Like that. Yeah, that makes no sense.
That was dumb.
Well, it just
Well-
shows how much they hate men.
or social ethnicity that Kirk is.
Or him specifically.
oh, they had other
They hate
white ones.
men, right? They hate white men, especially Captain Kirk. He's the epitome of everything they hate.
I don't get the beef. Like, I really don't get it, but maybe I'm just not that much of a Trekkie of the TOS series, but I don't get why they hate
Well,
them.
because you're not a feminist.
The what?
The reason they hate
You're not a
Captain Kirk.
feminist.
Well, the reason they hate Captain Kirk is because he's like labeled as a toxic male now because he was always making it with the space babes through the show, right? I mean, every other episode
And
he
he
seemed
was
to be
strong
kissing
male.
yeah, and he was strong leader, strong father figure in a sense, to the crew, kind of,
Yeah.
And he was
hated everything
clear-headed.
he stood for.
Yeah, he was passionate. He was rational. He was.
He wasn't a cuck.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he was a
Right,
man's man, so to speak.
Nobody told him what to do. Right? He could fight. He could kick ass. Everything they hate.
Hell yeah, he wasn't afraid to punch a guy in the face if it was needed. He let Spock do the neck pinch. That was Spock's thing. By the way, I think for me as a Canadian, September the 6th is actually Star Trek Day because that was the first broadcast on the Canadian channel CTV network 2 days before the Americans got to see it.
Well, then they would celebrate the first date premiered on American television.
Yeah,
it actually aired. Muddying the waters.
It actually aired on September 6th here, so we got it 2 days before you guys did. Just thought I'd throw that little tidbit in there.
Yeah, but answer me this: which date is more widely celebrated in your fandom? Though, is it Canadian Day or the American Day usually?
They celebrate probably the American Day more often because I don't think a lot of Americans are even aware that it was in Canada where it first aired.
Why the hell are they going to give Canadians credit?
But it's just a fact of history, right? September 6th, a CTV network up here.
I've been a Star Trek fan for decades, and I never heard of them celebrating the day it premiered in any country.
Well, I can celebrate it every
Canadians
day.
Trying to take our frickin' Star Trek. Listen, no.
Hey! Don't forget,
Hey.
Shatner was born in Montreal. James Doohan was born in Vancouver. Come on, there's a lot of Canadian content in Trek.
Yeah, and I would say that's why I prefer Picard. I prefer Kirk over Picard. I do.
Yeah, Picard's more cerebral, right? He's less of an action guy. He's just he'll do a conference, to deal with a problem, whereas Kirk would just face it head on, right?
Yeah,
and you cry and whine, and you would go to mental therapy, and he was a pussy.
I will tell you in the public chat how I would. I probably told you guys this already, but how I would rank the captains. I'll put it in the public chat if you want to know it. I hope I spell it right. You guys can talk amongst yourselves while I do this if you want, or just wait.
I don't know. I just.
Well, keep going, Pop.
I don't know. I don't have any interest either way. I'm a Captain Kirk fan. And that's all there is to it. If you're going to have me weigh in on who's better between Captain Kirk and Captain Janeway, I'm not going to do it. I'm not that stupid.
All right. Well, if any of you tricky fans on how I rank my captains, it's in the public chat how I rank them.
So you guys heard that Sony might be interested in buying Paramount? So it looks like
Yeah,
it might be.
Some company is
Might,
going to buy it.
yeah, it's in between. Looks like between Sony and Skydance Studio right now.
Well, for what I hear from Midnight's Edge or one of the hosts that actually hosts the show, Skydance is probably the main contender over the other one. Plus, Skydance and Paramount have dealings in the past, so odds are, and maybe Sundance is the runner-up in that position. And if that
Yeah,
happens, from what I hear from them, if they sign the deal, then guess what? Kurtzman gets another 5 years.
Oh,
yeah, but
fuck.
we're gonna get Kurtzman no matter what. And Sony is offering
5 years.
50 billion, which Sony is offering 50 billion, which is double what Skydance is offering. They're gonna go for whoever offers the most money.
Well, if Sony does acquire the rights, I hope the hell they have enough smarts to realize the garbage that they've been producing for a number of years now and turn it around in a better direction. Because I mean, I don't know. I don't know any too many fans that watch that stuff religiously. You know, I think most you know hardcore Trekkies have just given up on the franchise. Really.
They have, and what they're saying is the way it works is that's a relatively new contract that Kurtzman signed. So if Sony, whoever bought it, whoever buys it, they're buying Star Trek with Kurtzman as part of it. If they didn't want Kurtzman, whoever company would have to go above and beyond to buy him out of his contract, and they're not going to do that. So what
They
they're
might.
saying is, well, what they're saying is, if they don't, then you're going to get him no matter who buys it. It's still going to be the same Star Trek.
Yeah, for another
Well,
5 years.
Well, then they might keep him on a short leash.
Oh, that's what they said about this time, and they didn't.
I think it's all going to depend on what the powers that be at Sony are these days. You know, it's going to depend on the people running Sony that are probably going to ultimately, make a decision on Kurtzman's future. I would guess.
Well, and here's the real question: judging by their track record, are they in the same line of thinking as Kurtzman? If so, then they're probably just gonna let Kurtzman do whatever he wants that he did originally with Paramount.
Depends if they want to make money, I guess, because spending 50 billion is a nice chunk of change, and it's not the kind of money I'd want to flush down the toilet. So hopefully they got some executives there with enough common sense to realize that what's being pumped out now is not what most of the fans really want. So hopefully there might be a shift. I'm trying to be optimistic here, but I'm not expecting it. But it would be nice if there was. you know.
Hey guys, real quick, I just found a way to how to win any tic-tac-toe game. Sharing it down below.
In the chat?
Yeah. No, and down below.
Right here.
It's how you win any tic-tac-toe game.
That's clever.
So winning through cheating is the theme here.
It's American
That's a
Dream.
good one. That's hilarious, actually. That was
Buy, cheat, or steal.
Well, I guess it's worked for a lot of people through history, hasn't it?
All the big ones.
Yeah.
So,
Oh,
Bob,
man.
so what other news do you have for us to keep this conversation going?
I don't know. What anything else you guys are looking forward to? You guys going to go see Planet of the Apes, or how about the new Alien movie?
I'm looking forward to catching up with the chat.
If you could help me out, that'd be great, Gorilla.
All right. Scurvy here says, well, obviously some people do think who is elected matters, or else they wouldn't be trying to put one candidate in jail.
Pretty much.
Yeah. And Scurvy said, or hey, PvP, you want to read this?
Pleasant Valley prognosis.
Yeah. And Scurvy says, good Gorilla's back. My jokes will seem less offensive by comparison to his. The Gap is laughing. And Scurvy, the real Star Wars Day is May 25th. May 4th is just a Retail Suckers Day. Gap, you have to be specific what you're laughing at. It says your joke, Scurvy. Then Cynthia says Kirk, Cisco, Picard, Janeway, and Archer.
I would go along with that ranking, except I would switch Archer and Janeway would be in last place. Not because she's a woman. I just don't think
damn
she's
it,
that
you beat
good
me
a
to it.
captain. I just don't
Oh,
think
you-
Janeway's that good a captain.
Well, I think what that would have been a way better story with Voyager to make a lot more sense and it could fix a lot of stuff in season 1 is if they would have made Janeway third officer and the captain and the second officer both or first officer both died. That way, she's thrown into a position that she has a little command experience, but is not ready for that position. That could
Wow.
have fixed a lot.
Yeah, it could have.
I'm saying, well, Janeway was perfect. We found a captain that was more crazier than Cisco.
Oh, you mean a sane way?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll tell you
Janeway maneuver.
the episodes Jill and I watched earlier today. There was a couple of them that Janeway's decisions were eye rollers. You're just like, what? Is she nuts? Like, really? This is the captain of a starship?
You gotta be a little bit more specific on what you episodes what you talk about. We use those descriptors.
Oh, no, I'm trying to put it out of my mind because I gave a couple episodes an F-. That's how good they were, Gorilla.
Why are you guys watching it if you're not enjoying it?
Well, I was loving.
Well, I like hanging out with Jill because we have a lot of fun making snarky comments about the episode.
Yeah, she had.
We
some Voyager
entertain each other.
episodes
Let's
in her.
put it that way. But hey, occasionally, Voyager does produce some great episodes. It's a mixed bag. Some weeks, be 50-50. Some weeks we might get lucky and get 4 good ones.
It's got
This week
holes
there was-
though, like that Jatal episode that really pissed me off. That episode with the freaking not Jatal, I'm sorry, Ensign, whatever her name was, died, and the species brought her back to life and turned her into some new alien species.
Yep.
And Kim's like, "Oh, I'm Kabali, I think it was called." And at the end of the episode, when she's leaving, Kim's like, "I'm brushing up on Kabali." How the fuck are you brushing up on a language you don't even know what the hell it is? You just met the species yesterday. How are you brushing up on their language? Like what?
Oh yeah, that's one I gave a F- to, because there are episodes of that show that are just maddeningly stupid. Yeah.
Dear Lord. That's like Q Who and brushing up on some Borg. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
Hey,
You literally
you
just
don't
met
need
the
to
damn
brush up
species.
on Borg. Just all you need to know is we are the Borg. Resistance is futile. Prepare to have your technology and whatever. I can't remember.
That was Janeway Borg, though. That wasn't an original Borg. The original Borg never said that originally. At
The Borg
first.
was dead silent.
No, they said it in not Q Who. What's the Best of Both Worlds? I thought.
First Contact.
They said your technological and biological distinctiveness will be added to our own, and then there was resistance is futile, and like they kept changing it.
Yeah, and LDG, that was First Contact that finalized that phrase of the Borg. That was First Contact.
Yeah, but Best of Both Worlds is the one that started all that.
Well, they tried to change the Borg all through the history as Trek went on. I mean, then they started to eventually even try to humanize them in some later TNG episodes. What was that one with Hugh the Borg?
Well, that's because there's an actual story behind that where they found a lone Borg and they were gonna put like an unsolvable pattern into his matrix there that go back to the hive and completely utterly destroy the hive, but no, we had to be humane. We couldn't genocide a whole species, so they gave him individuality, which gave him a personality. Which okay, but then that led into dissent there, where that spread to that entire Borg cube. That Borg cube got cut off from the hive mind before it could infect the entire hive mind there, so that everything went to chaos.
Well,
Yeah, it seems like the Borg were less and less menacing as time went on, because they were really scary. In the introductory episode when Q shot the Enterprise, 30,000 light years or whatever across space, and they had their very
Seven
first encounter. That was a good episode. I like that one.
yeah,
7,000.
and I would say that episode actually made me truly terrified of the Borg. I would say that the Voyager Borg were okay, but the ones that truly scared me
Oh,
were the Borg from when Q Hugh.
They
Or that
neutered
one.
the. They flat out neutered the Borg in Voyager. They neutered them.
Yeah, well, they had that. What was that species? That really menacing species.
8472.
Yeah, and that was the episode where the Borg were being attacked by them, and the Borg were like almost afraid of them. So they really did make the Borg wimpier and wimpier after a while. Yeah.
Well, I will say though, the episode Scorpion did have one of the most butt puckering moments in all of Star Trek. There,
Yeah.
when because it's the first time we've
15
seen
cubes.
this is before they were actually neutered and didn't become or
Yep.
they were actually still considered a threat. Then all of a sudden, like 15 cubes come out of fucking nowhere.
Yeah, I swore Voyager was canceled.
Actually,
I thought they canceled the series.
Well, actually, the scene I was talking about was their cold opening, the 15-second cold opening. When you see two Borg cubes, they start their little resistance is futile. Then all of a sudden, you see a streak of lightning and two Borg cubes blow up. I was like, whoa, what the hell is this thing that can blow?
Yeah, that was nice.
Blow up two cubes, just take out two cubes. But then
Yeah. I thought that was the two-parter, right? I thought those were pretty
Yeah.
entertaining episodes, actually. Yeah, I did like those
Yeah.
episodes.
well, then they
And you
bring
did
up
have the famous "Don't provoke the Borg."
yeah.
That was cool.
But one
Yeah.
thing that got me with that episode Scorpion though is when have we ever seen Borg with tits like that's a show that the 7 and 9 Borg there. I was like
Yes.
they
Yeah.
bring her out with tits, and everything else that throw and all that, instead of giving us like a shocking reveal, when they actually turn her back into a human. That's like
and like to play Deadpool's advocate for Voyager, when you defeat the Borg, you either have to outthink them or out-tech them. So Voyager started to out-tech the Borg a lot more. So, and that's kind of what neutered the Borg. Because when a rifle power gets to their level or semi-similar to their level, then what do the Borg become really? Unless they're a threat to that power, that not just their firepower and their menace, or do they become just as equal as threatening? Any
I
comment?
wouldn't know. I have no comment.
Yeah, I don't know. I just found Voyager so inconsistent in the writing. Sometimes they'd have a great episode, and sometimes they'd have some real dog episodes too.
Well, the whole problem with Voyager had is they overused the Borg. They overused them. That's the biggest problem right there.
Well, I guess once they brought Seven in, they did kind of have that ongoing, sub theme of the Borg, right? Because obviously she was, an ex-Borg. So it's not surprising that the Borg, came up more and more. I would guess, Gorilla, right?
Well, I think they should have kept just done like 4 episodes like they did with TNG,
Screw
and
that.
that would have been enough.
No. The Borg should have been the year of hell, not the Krenim. The Borg, like when they went and entered Borg space, that should have been an entire season of them running from the Borg, not no freaking 1 episode, 2 episodes, and then Kess like blinks them past the damn. That's bullshit.
And yes, that season could have been good too if that season would have last longer, if that plot point would have last longer. But then again, Voyager Star Trek does have a habit of dragging out plot lines to the point where it becomes almost unbearably slow to watch an episode because the plot's so damn boring. Well, at least that's my point of view. So if you stretch out a storyline that's about 1 episode long to a season long, make sure the episodes are good for that story, even if it's only one episode's worth of material.
Well, that's why TOS is always going to be my favorite Trek because you did have singular episodes, episodic TV back then, and so it couldn't get boring in that sense because every week you're off to a totally different adventure with the crew, and that's one reason I love that show so much.
That drone episode was pretty good too. 29th Century Borg.
Yes,
Oh, one?
it was.
One, yeah. Yeah.
Yes, it was.
You will be assimilated. You will fail.
Hey, hey! What I wanted to see is the Borg assimilate the Kremlin. There, we have Red Foreman there. Then it says, "We are the Borg. Prepare to have our boot up your ass, you dumbass."
Yeah, exactly. Fucking get your ass put. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and another interesting trivia bit. While they were developing the Year of Hell arc for Voyager, they wanted to make that a full season-long arc, actually, or a few seasons-long arc.
I should have,
but
not with the Krenim though. The
Yeah,
Krenim are pussies. They're bullshit. No, I wanted a Borg Year of Hell. That's what it should have been. It should have been a whole year of the Borg, the whole season 3 or whatever it was. Should have been Borg, and more Borg.
Yeah, plus, and if that were true, then you could have had Voyager pick up more Borg technology to integrate into their ship, make Voyager more powerful to compete with the Borg on a more even playing field. But then again, by the end of Voyager, that's what Voyager was anyway. Basically, a DX Machina. Huh?
They would have had an episode where the Borg assimilated a Q. Oh man, that would have been awesome.
Yeah, but then again, is that kind of the Ex Machina though? The Borg though, make them so powerful you can't defeat them by that point though.
Well, you'd have the Q on your side.
Well, I think the Q are afraid of the Borg.
They're not afraid of them. I don't think they're afraid of them. They just don't want them to grow.
Well, they're rivals. That's why the Q and the Borg, they're rivals. They compete with lesser species. They use lesser species as their pawns.
So basically, same thing Q does.
Can't the Q just wipe out the Borg with a snap of their fingers? I mean, they are magic after all, right?
Well, I don't think it's magic. I think they use actual technology, or else Q wouldn't have been afraid of Picard of a phaser in Farpoint and Encounter.
What?
Oh, sorry, I pulled a life with Matthew. Encounter at Farpoint.
Well,
Was he afraid of a phaser?
Yeah, he was.
Well,
Look at the very first scene.
Well, Gorilla, the reason why he probably was afraid of it, he probably never seen that type of technology before in his lifetime, or it's been so long since he's seen it. He probably cannot develop a defense for it, so he probably was shocked for a second, and then he had to
I don't remember the Q ever scared of a phaser.
Watch the very first scene of Encounter at Farpoint. There, when Q first shows up, they pull a phaser on him, and he's all scared of it.
Oh, he's not. When he froze that guy, when he froze the guy or whatever. No, I'm not scared of him. Oh my god, dude. No, he just wanted to push his weight around. He's not afraid of no phaser.
He was probably just pretending to be afraid. That's what I guessed.
Now we're debating the finer points of what happened in Next Gen episodes. Wonderful.
Yeah, boy, this is fabulous.
How come Guinan species didn't destroy the Borg?
It was the other way around, wasn't it, Pop? Didn't the Borg destroy her planet?
They got taken out by the Borg.
Well, doesn't she say in that first Borg episode something about they scattered her people?
Yes.
across.
Yes.
Well, I don't know if it was across the universe or the galaxy or whatever the hell she said, but basically the remnants of her civilization got dispersed after the Borg destroyed her homeworld.
So then that makes the Q more powerful than Q. I mean, the Borg more powerful than Q.
Yeah, yep. The Borg are more powerful than than Whoopi.
Well, I would say that they're dead equals. They're not. They're like two powers that are in constant gridlock with each other. They're always trying to outcompete each other. They use lesser powers to get what they want. Like the Q, they use humans to get what they want against the Borg, or other lesser species to get what they want against the Borg. Because they don't want
Guinan?
because they don't want
Uh,
and they don't want direct conflict with the Q, because they know if they do, it would end up with disaster for the reality of the universe, because like there'll be a lot of death and a lot of universal destruction between the Q and the Borg. So they don't want that. They want a sort of a balance in the universe. They want a balance.
No, they want to use the humans as pawns to defeat the Borg. That's why they introduced the humans to the Borg early, so that
Yeah,
humanity could be ready for them.
so my point kind of stands. The Borg and the Q are basically on par powers, and they're competing against each other indirectly, sort of like what the Soviet Union and the United States did during the Cold War.
Well, I think there's also an element with Q that he actually kind of likes the humans. Like he almost seems to think of us as pets or something, that he can have fun with, right? I mean, he's arrogant as all hell, but he does seem to have a certain liking for Picard and the crew. So I think he does like to toy with Picard and the crew of the Enterprise for his amusement almost at times. I think there's that element in there as well.
Yeah, and they do explore the Q a little bit in Voyager. And if you've seen the episodes one I'm talking about PvP, since you've seen Voyager, they explain in
I
Voyager
haven't
that
seen all of it. I haven't seen all of it. That's another reason I'm actually watching it with Jill, because the episodes we're doing, I have not seen these later seasons. So it's kind of a nice way to, if I got to suffer through some of the atrociously bad episodes in the later seasons of Voyager, I figure I might as well have fun, hanging out and chatting while I'm watching it, right? So that makes it more bearable.
well, PvP, the episode I'm thinking about, I think it was somewhere in season 2 or season 3 of Voyager, where it was like the Q or Q of the Gray. Or, I don't know the special title of that episode, but in that they delve into the Q society, saying that the Q have been around since, well, they theorize since the beginning of time, since the universe began, and the Q have grown as a society so vast, so that they've grown stagnant. That they talked about everything, they explored everything, they experimented with every ideology there was in the universe over the billions of years, and they've grown stagnant. Like there's nothing left for them, so their society is basically dead. There's nothing for them to experience more. So so the reason why Q is so curious about the humans, like he wants amusement or he wants some excitement in his life. So that means mess around with the humans to get entertainment or amusement. He does it because he's bored.
Well, he sees humanity as evolving in an interesting way, and that's something his own society is no longer doing. So I can understand his fascination with humans, right?
Yeah. Do you remember the episode I'm talking about, or
not in particular? No, I mean I've seen far too many Voyager episodes to remember them all. And that's season 2. It's been quite a long time then.
What season are you in?
I think Jill and I are on season 7 or something by now. I'm not sure exactly. I'd have to ask Jill, but we're getting through the series for sure.
Well, I will say this. I won't
or maybe we're in season 5 or 6. I'm not sure. We're somewhere around there. Either 5, 6, or 7.
What episode did you do today? And I could tell you.
Oh gosh. What was it? What was it? It was the one that LDG was there. He could probably remember it better than I can.
Yeah. So Ashes to Ashes was
That was the second one we did.
Sixth season. Yeah, so we're in season 6.
Okay, that sounds about right. Yeah.
Okay.
So we're getting
The
through the
end of
series,
season 6.
definitely.
Well, to not go in too much into spoilers for you, PB, but there will be at least 3 more encounters with the Borg and Voyager, at least.
Okay. Well, I'm good with that. I always found the Borg entertaining to some level, even though
Well,
sometimes
that's
I
what-
thought they were poorly written. It depends how good the writer was, but
Yeah,
yeah, I don't mind
yeah.
seeing
We'll
the
have
Borg
to talk
again.
about. Well, I'm gonna exactly say it. 3 encounters. I'll say 2 encounters, but 1 encounter is a double feature episode. Basically, a 2 hour.
Oh, you got
Two
Dark
parter.
Frontier, you
Yeah,
got
that one.
Drone, and you got the ending.
Then we got the Borg orgy.
Yeah,
I'm kidding,
that's
I'm
the one I want to see with 7. Yeah.
kidding. I'm-
Yeah. So
Technically, every
overall,
episode after 7 or 9 is a Borg episode, if you put it that way.
Pretty much. Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah.
yeah. So I would say this, PvP, that the Dark Frontier with the Borg is going to be at least a 2 episode show for you and Jill if you guys reach it that far, and then there's going to be at least 1 more episode. I think that's the Voyager season 7 finale, and that's going to
Okay.
involve the Borg too.
Okay. Well, that's good. I don't mind a
you
Borg
got
episode if
Unimatrix.
it's
Oh, is that
if it's
season
well
6
written.
finale? Oh, I
No.
hated Unimatrix.
Well, never seen it, so I guess I'll have to see it and maybe give it an F
That's,
minus.
Yeah, season 6 finale. So you got more than 3 episodes. You got Unimatrix, which is the 2-part. Then you got the Vinculum episode. Then you got the Dark Frontier, and then you got the finale. So you got
So,
quite a few Borg episodes.
And the finale's a
about-
2-parter too, isn't it? If I remember correctly.
Yeah,
So you got like six more Borg episodes or whatever. Then yeah. Wow.
6 or 7. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Oh well. Well, I know Jill. She's gonna go right through till the very last episode because she's pretty thorough that way. So I'm sure we'll be watching it right up until the last one.
Yeah, and then to bounce off of LOG's complaint about the Borg episode, a few of those future Borg episodes are pretty boring, actually, in my opinion. They are. But if you like those type of episodes with the Borg, then you may like the episodes of the Borg.
It all depends on the writer. I mean, that's always what drove me nuts about Voyager was sometimes they'd have a writer that kind of had it figured out and actually wrote a really compelling, interesting story in a good way. And then there were plenty of episodes where you got half-assed writers that just came up with some drivel that just didn't go anywhere at all, and you just want to pound your head against the desk after you're about halfway through the episode because it's so stupid. Which we had a couple of those today, I'll tell you. Oh,
Once
man.
upon a time.
Oh, the one with the
Oh.
Irish folk. It's like, come on, this is like up the long ladder. It's like up
Fairhaven.
the long
Yeah,
ladder. Oh.
Fairhaven was a joke. Yeah, I wasn't a fan of Fairhaven. That
No,
was
it
that
was
Janeway's.
Janeway's
Janeway was in love with
Irish
the
guy.
holodeck.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it got pretty goofy. I'm not a fan of that either. Yeah. Yeah, I think I probably gave that a low rating. Oh man,
Yeah,
that was a
I
bad one.
would say that the Voyager episodes overall are hit and miss most of the time. They are.
That's
The
being
episodes
kind.
are.
Sorry.
Well,
It's hit and
well,
miss.
then,
I totally agree. Yeah.
yeah, but then again, I am a sci-fi action fan, so if Voyager is more sci-fi action, then it's my type of show. That's why. And I would say that, yeah, like I said before, a few times ago, it's more hit and miss. The episodes are.
Yeah, that was always the weak point for the characters too. Of all the Trek series, I think I found the Voyager crew some of the least interesting characters. Like some character like Janeway had her moments, but I found her inconsistent as a captain. Chakotay I kind of enjoyed because he could be pretty good if he had a good script. The character had a good script to work with. He could be an interesting character. I never liked Tom Paris. I thought Tom was a bit of a tool, actually. And Harry Kim, he was like almost like a background character a lot of the time. And my favorites actually were the
And then
Doctor.
there's 7 of
Because
9.
I think the Doctor was a brilliant character. 7 of 9, I actually really like 7 of 9 because I think not only is Ryan a good actress, she's often got some of the best dialogue because the writers seem to actually really like writing her, dialogue for that character. So, and let's see, what's the one I'm forgetting somebody. I know I'm forgetting somebody.
Neelix.
Tuvok.
Neelix. Yeah, Neelix and Tuvok. Okay. I like Neelix. I know a lot of people hate him, but Jill and I have a running joke about Neelix where we're always going to, if there's a scene where Neelix is cooking, oh man, the sarcastic comments are going to come flying for sure. So it's like a running gag with us, which is fun. But I kind of like Neelix. He's obviously just goofy comedy relief most of the time, but he's not bad. Tuvok, well, geez, what can I say about Tuvok? He makes Spock look like a happy-go-lucky kind of Vulcan guy. Tuvok's really got to stick up his ass or something a lot of the time. I gotta say, he's very
He gets too many
straight-laced.
headaches and gets dizzy too many times.
Yeah, he's not my favorite Vulcan for sure. Yeah. So yeah, it's kind of a real
But
mixed bag.
All the good characters in Voyager died on the first episode. All the good, like the Beta Z pilot, she seemed awesome. She died. The first officer who actually had balls, he died. The doctor that had an attitude, he died. I mean, all the good actors, they died on the first episode, and they got replaced with joke characters.
And
I think we had a strong, serious Star Trek crew until they got hit by that wave and everybody died.
I would say this. I think it may be trivia, but they did not know what to do with Neelix after a while because I think of the first few seasons he was like their unknown region navigator, and then they got out of that region. Then the writers did not know what to do with Neelix, so I guess they decided to make him comic relief and the cook of the crew. I guess is what they did with him.
Yeah, it seemed like more and more he was just in the kitchen most episodes. Though I did, they brought that character Naomi in this season. She's been like probably about 4 or 5 episodes now. She's kind of becoming a semi-regular, and I think she's a really fun little character, like a very good kid actor too, like a very good actor for
She's
her
a
age.
better version of Alexander, basically. She was the best young one at all.
Pretty much, yeah. And I kind of like the way she interacts. There's some episodes where Neelix is like a father figure.
He had a horrible episode though. That Once Upon a Time episode with Treevee and the holodeck Teletubbies episode. Oh god, I couldn't stand that.
Well, that was a weird one. I'll agree that much. But I do like the interaction between Neelix and Naomi. There's kind of a father-daughter thing though. He's overprotective as hell. Like that bugs the hell out of Jill, by the way. She doesn't like when he's overprotective like that. But I still think it's kind of a nice little detour from the usual, Voyager stuff. So,
Yeah,
anything that helps.
Yeah, and I think it was in season 6 or 7 that the Janeway, or maybe it was earlier than that. My memory is kind of hazy, but when did Janeway make Neelix the ambassador, or was he made the ambassador in season 6 or 7? Or was it season 5?
Yeah, it was very early season 1.
He was officially an ambassador on that season 7 episode where they found a bunch of they found the fellow Neelix's what's the series called?
He was an ambassador way earlier than that. And he is a Talaxian.
I don't think he was officially Talaxian. Yeah, they found a bunch of Talaxians on an asteroid. I don't think he was officially an ambassador. He was more of a guide and intermediary. I mean, ambassador. You're an ambassador for the Federation, not an. He wasn't acting in that aspect at all. He was being a guide.
I think Neelix was more of a guide because he was the only crew member, I guess, that was really familiar with that part of space. So he kind of knew the ins and outs because he's interacted with a lot of other species when he was on his own. Because he had did he have a salvage vessel originally or some damn thing?
Yes.
Cargo Cargo,
Yeah,
yeah,
cargo
but he was
ship.
basically out on his own trying to, scratch out a living any way he could. So he'd obviously had to have contact with a lot of different species and planets. So he obviously probably would have been a pretty decent guide because he did know the ins and outs, so to speak, right?
Janeway basically told him, "We're looking for an ambassador position on the episode I was talking about earlier."
Ah, okay. I have not seen that one, I don't think.
Yeah, but my point is, they sort of ran out of ideas because I think it was season 3 or 4 when they officially decided to um, um, basically jump Voyager forward and closer to the Federation, and that's when Neelix lost his character, sort of lost interest. In other words, and the writer sort of gave him less and less and less to do in the actor to do, so they had to give him some role to make him more useful. So they probably decided, hey, you know what? The ship needs a cook, and he's good with food. Why not make him a cook?
I mean, he had good episodes past past that point that you're talking about, like the episode with the Klingons, and he got to bang a Klingon. That was funny as hell.
Well, so did Harry Kim, and that was funny too.
No, Harry Kim didn't. He's the one that grabbed her off of Harry Kim. The Klingon was clinging on to Harry Kim, and he's like, "Shut up and listen. If you ever take more food, I will gut it out of you and feed it to the freaking book." And then, she like saw him do that, and then she didn't care about Kim anymore. And next thing you know, Tuvok's trying to come home, and furniture is broken and everything. And everyone's beat up and bleeding. And Neelix is like, "Bye, my little pushki. My great warrior. Thank you, my great warrior."
That's coming up in the future then, because that's hopefully a later
Yeah.
episode.
Yeah, that's later. Yeah,
I'm looking forward to that one. That sounds like a good one. Anything with Neelix doing something different is a good one. Like, geez, give the guy some, give him some range, right? Let him do something.
That was the Kave Ma
Yeah.
Kave
Hey,
episode or whatever.
hey, talking about keep it going. Hey, PvP, want to read this one?
Sexist PvP, Janeway. No, it's not because she's a woman. It's because she's just not that good a captain. She makes bad decisions. She makes some very bad decisions. Don't ask me to come up with one, in particular. But sometimes, there was a few decisions in the episodes today. I was thinking, well, that's maybe not the best idea.
Yeah. And Gap says warp core breach in the other conversation. The Gap said the year of hell of Voyager was good. And welcome, Boomer. Welcome.
I found him.
Yeah, and he's older than you, PvP.
Hello, Phantom Boomer.
The one member of the community that beats me by a couple of years, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, and he says Voyager was my least favorite spinoff. My least favorite spinoffs were Discovery and Picard. And Gap says, "Hey, Phantom."
I don't consider those spinoffs, though, because they're not actually real Star Trek, Gorilla.
You want to play the word game, fine, but they're according to Paramount, they're considered spinoffs, so they're my least favorite.
Is that semantics? Okay.
Yeah, semantics. Gap says smog ass Borg. 7 of 5. 7 of 5.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. Yes, she was.
Gap says, "Well, the Borg didn't even want to assimilate the View."
Oh my god!
Yeah, can you just? Hey, there we go. I figured out how we can annihilate the Borg. Just have them come assimilate the View.
Oh my god!
That's frightening. That's very frightening, that comment.
Yeah. Scurvy says Janeway risked their lives with the crew for coffee. Well, wouldn't you, Scurvy? Wouldn't you? Reacted to you joke, Scurvy. Is that specific enough? Gap says respect my Borg authority.
Hey, you know what would have been the single most go ahead and finish up, and I'll say
it. Says Gap says catch up on the chat. And he goes, "Yes, I'm holding creaky," says Boomer. All right, we're all caught up.
I know the feeling.
Thank you, Gorilla.
Hey, You know what would have been the most single improvement I would have done to any Star Trek finale? Would have been Enterprise when Captain Archer's there with T'Pol and he's about to walk out and do the whole speech in the Federation, charter and all that crap, right? And like as he's like she's fixing her tie, she's fixing his tie or whatever and making him look nice, and he says his final lines, and as he's walking out and going off screen to walk down the stadium to sign the charter, you see a blue flash and you sound like the quantum leap accelerator.
That would have been good, actually.
Or guess what? How about this? Just take off that episode and have the season finale of Enterprise be the 2 Terran episodes, and there, problem solved.
Well, you didn't like These Are the Voyages?
No,
what
I found it
kind of tricky
boring.
are you?
I found it boring.
You're not real tricky then. I'm kidding, sci-fi. I'm kidding.
Yes, I know. But I would say, well, most fans and even the cast and crew members still think of that show that episode is the worst of the show that they ever did.
Yeah, I haven't even seen the last couple seasons yet, and I've heard so many people say that final episode sucks bad.
Yeah,
CDP, do you want me to do it for cringe stock? Should we do it for cringe stock?
Oh, well. Does it ruin the rest of the series if I see the last episode early?
No.
I
don't think it'll ruin the rest of the series, but you might want to take a toaster bath afterwards.
Okay, well, put it on the list. Maybe eventually that would not be too bad, I guess. Considering your the next cringe stock you got lined up there, girl, I'm sure it'll be much more fun.
Oh man, I got so many people interested in that one.
I bet you're going to get a good turnout the next Thursday. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I've heard that's a really bad movie.
Which one?
The American Society of Magical Negroes.
Even the title sucks. Oh man!
Yeah, and guess what? That's identity politics done to its worst or to its best, depending on your point of view.
Oh man!
Yeah, it got put on Amazon Prime a month after it was released to theaters. Less than a month after it was released to theaters.
Sounds about
Isn't
right.
Isn't that how they do all their movies?
Only the really crappy ones. It was making absolutely no money in theaters.
So that's most of their movies, then, girl. I'm guessing.
I don't know. Yeah. All I know is it was released. It was like one of the fastest ones released to streaming.
Yeah, you mean people didn't want to pay money to go see something insulting their intelligence? Like, wow, what a thing, eh? Gosh.
Really, it beat Matrix 4.
How long was it for Matrix 4 to get to theaters or to streaming?
I mean, I thought it was pretty damn instant, but a week. I don't know. I think.
Yeah, it will had.
I mean, Matrix 4 is effing horrible, dude. Like.
Yeah, I know that, but it's gonna be like they'd have to give it a couple weeks in theaters, because not a lot of people will go to movies on the first night anymore.
Anymore, like that's like ever, like that's always been a thing. I didn't want to go to the movies on the first opening night, like during the 90s. Unless it was a really good movie. Like most movies, it's too damn busy. Maybe because I'm in Florida and the movie theaters I go to are jam effing packed. So like going on the opening night like makes no sense.
Yeah, the only time I went to opening night was with all my friends when we went and saw the Star Trek the Motion Picture in 1979. It was sold out. Yeah. We couldn't get in the 7:00 show, but we got in like the 9:00 show or whatever it was, the second showing, and it was packed. But we didn't care because we'd been looking forward for like 10 years to seeing our Enterprise crew back. And even though I don't think it's the best Star Trek movie, man, we had a lot of fun that night. Oh, Tell you
There are very few
Sha-
movies.
when Shatner and the crew were flying up to the Enterprise in dry dock, we saw that beautiful ship hanging there in space. Oh man, there were tears shed. There were a lot of people sobbing, I think, at that moment in the theater. It was just
Well, you know
very
what?
emotional.
You know what I thought when I seen that scene? Oh look,
Please,
more ship
please
porn.
tell.
Oh look, more ship porn. Oh look, more ship
Oh,
porn.
it was definitely
Oh
ship
look, more
porn.
ship
Oh
porn.
yeah,
Oh look, more.
but it was good. It was good ship porn though, because the fans we were just sitting there loving every second of it, man.
There's a reason it's
It
called the
is.
motion. There's two. I give that movie two nicknames. It's either Star Trek: The Motionless Picture or Star Trek: The Ship Porn Picture.
Okay.
So,
Well, I'd say both are
There are
valid
very
points.
few,
Actually, it is a slow
so
very few
moving film.
movies I
I
went to
do.
the first weekend. Like Jurassic Park was one. Mortal Kombat, Endgame. There's very few movies I went in the first opening night.
Yeah, I generally
Um,
give it like a week, and then the crowds would die down a bit most of the time.
I do have a question. So, did all of you here watch the Star Trek TV show Enterprise? Roughly.
I have.
Yeah.
I've seen the first couple of
Oh,
seasons. I
guys,
haven't seen the last two.
Just
Yeah,
yeah,
because
have a good night, Gap.
here comes
Hi,
my
Cap.
opinion of it. I found that series very forgettable. But season 3 and 4, well, not mostly for. I seen the first two seasons of Enterprise are so
Good night,
forgettable,
Gap.
but season 3 and 4 are pretty good. The first two seasons of Enterprise are so forgettable.
Well, didn't they start a more ongoing plot line in season 3? I can't
Yes.
remember what it was. There was like a
The
war or something.
yeah,
Xindi
the
War.
Xindi War, the Xindi
Yeah,
War
that's
arc.
it. Yeah, yeah. I've never seen those, and I'm actually really looking forward because I'm sure we'll get to that eventually on Jill's Saturday streams too, and I'm really looking forward to seeing those actually.
Well, and we'll tell you this PvP season 4 of Enterprise, from what I hear, is mainly fan porn. Basically, it's whatever the fans wanted.
Okay, sounds intriguing.
Well, the thing with the Xindi War is that they're just coming off of 9/11 when they started the Xindi War, and
Ah,
some people didn't like that. You know, it's basically made. Season 3 was pretty much made in the wake of 9/11, like in 2002.
Yeah,
so
and
do
they
you
thought that
think
was going to be a thing too. They thought it was going to resonate with people.
they
Terrorist
definitely
attack on.
so they did it on purpose then after 9/11 to kind of go with the
I don't
times,
know if
so
they
to
did it
speak.
on purpose or if it kind of like lined up coincidentally. Kind of.
Yeah, that's what I wonder.
No,
Maybe
they
coincidence.
needed more action and all that, and everybody people were saying that the Dominion War was the Dominion War was their favorite Star Trek thing, and then all of a sudden 9/11 happened, and they're trying to get on the patriotic bandwagon with that.
Yeah.
Interesting.
All right.
All right,
Yeah,
guys.
So,
9
Before I
11
pass
certainly.
out, I'm gonna call it a night. Thanks for
Okay.
having me. I gotta get some sleep. What time is it anyway? 11:34.
Yeah. Oh, come
Well,
on.
Thanks for
thank
having me,
Well,
Pop. Like always, I'll be
My
listening.
pleasure.
Mhm.
Thank you for coming to the show with us, LDG.
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, come
man.
on, LDG. You don't
Always.
want us to play. You don't want to fall asleep on stream. Want us to play a bunch of Indian music for you?
You know, fuck you. Okay. You know what? No, I don't. Thank you. You gave me nightmares for God's sakes. Oh,
Oh man.
oh.
Gorilla,
All
gorilla.
right,
You can
guys.
always
Thank
count on gorilla.
you.
See you
Love you
later.
guys. I'll be listening. All right,
Yeah.
take care.
Have a
Good
great
night.
night.
Bye.
Have a good night.
Fucking gorilla. Oh my god.
Oh well, how's that? That is a way to leave a stream, though, in a memorable way. You know,
Oh,
fuck you, and give the middle finger as you leave.
hey, and the best part is I'm not the one that has control on his streams. Yeah, I'm not saying I provoked anything that night, but
Oh man, that was a good one,
well,
gorilla.
well, to all you Star Trek fans on the panel, now you know how far my Star Trek knowledge goes down the rabbit hole, mainly.
So you started with Next Generation, then I'm guessing.
I never really got into Next Generation. I found that boring.
Really?
I mainly got into DS9, the latter half of DS9. It's the Dominion War arc that I found a lot more interesting, and Voyager,
Yeah,
and the build up.
I still recommend going back and checking out right from day one all the original episodes, because that gives you a really in-depth view of Trek. If that's what you want, it's up to you, of course. But
Well,
I think it's I think TOS is still the best series overall. I really do.
I did watch a TOS episode yesterday with the salt monster. If you know which one I'm talking about.
Nah, that one's mediocre. That's not one of the best. Because they didn't want to actually even air that first, because that was not the first episode in production order, Dan. But good old, NBC executives, it's like, oh, let's start the series with a Monster of the Week episode, and it's a it's an okay episode. I like that they introduced McCoy in that one, which is nice, but it's not one of the best. I mean, there's far better episodes than that one, Dan.
Yeah, I did read on Wikipedia on the first season of Star Trek. I think I've seen about half of those episodes on TV. Half of those
Okay.
episodes on TV, I have.
Yeah. Actually, if you want a quick thumbnail, Jill did a top 10 Star Trek TOS episodes, I think about 3 weeks back now, probably. And a lot of us were on there, and we did go through our top 10 episodes. And so a lot of the best episodes, if you want to watch that, it's like, I don't know, 3 hours like Jill's streams usually are, I guess. But it does have a lot of us listing our favorite episodes, and there are some commonalities. Obviously, the panel did match up on a fair number of episodes, but there are always also some that we picked as personal favorites. So I thought it was a really good overall list of the original series. So you might want to check that one out. Might give you,
Some of
some
us,
pointers.
some of
What's up,
us
Bob?
didn't get a chance to. Some of us didn't get a chance to really input very much on that stream.
How many panelists were on the stream? That's why what happened.
6. Well, no, what it is at the very beginning when you say who goes first, and you pick the pecking order. Like let's say this stream, let's say if I use this stream as an example, and I say, okay, everybody, now what is your top 10 list? And let's say I go first, and then Gorilla, and then Dan, and then PvP. That means throughout the entire list, PvP is going to always be last. And all you can say is, well, what can I say? You guys already said it all. Next. And that's where I was. I was at the end where there wasn't anything I could add. So I was just always next, just next.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Next.
That was unfortunate, Pop, because I do remember you often saying, "Well, I can't say anything else that everybody else hasn't already said."
Next.
It was
Right.
unfortunate. Yeah, I felt bad for you that day, actually, Pop. Yeah.
I was falling asleep during most of it. I don't know why I was even there.
Gosh, that's really unfortunate. I'm very sorry to hear that.
It's no
Pop.
big
Gosh.
deal. I'm not upset over it. I just don't know why I was there. I don't know.
Yeah.
And I was falling asleep.
Well, now that you guys want to keep talking about Star Trek for another 4 hours, or do you want to try to change the subject a little bit?
Oh, I'm open to any topic, personally. I prefer if it stays on, media, sci-fi, horror, fantasy, something like that, because I get pretty bored real fast talking about politics or something, to be honest.
I was trying to figure out what movie we're going to show next for our horror sci-fi stream. I haven't thought about that.
Yeah.
I usually have that published by today, but I didn't get a chance to.
Yeah,
maybe I can maybe I can do one of the Hammer Dracula movies. I think that's what's next.
It's been quite a while since we did a Hammer film, actually, Pop.
Yeah.
It must be a couple months or something now. Gosh. It'd be nice if we did a sci-fi movie again, maybe one of these days too, Pop, because we haven't done a sci-fi film for quite some time on your Tuesday night stream.
Well, I do put them up there for vote, but people don't vote for them.
Yeah, I keep voting for Silent Running every time it's on, but it never wins. But that's a good movie.
Hey, maybe for a sci-fi movie, Enemy Mine was really good.
No thanks.
Okay.
It's
I don't
too.
want to see that. I do not until the end of my days. I never want to see a Dharmak at Tanagra plot again. The
Yeah, that's just too much
that
like
plot.
Darmok. Sorry, Bob.
Too many shows use that trope. Um, Robinson Crusoe on Mars, Enemy Mine. In fact, I was sick of it by the time they showed the TNG episode of Darmok or whatever the hell. I hated that episode so damn much because I was already sick of that trope by then. I don't want to see it ever again.
Well, you could put up the Alien franchise movies if you want to do a sci-fi horror or sci-fi themed
Yeah,
stream. Like put
Alien's more horror. I guess it's sci-fi. Jill just covered it on her stream last week.
Yeah, she just did Alien on her stream, Dan.
Well, it's just a suggestion for Pop if he wants to put
No, I'm just
sci-fi
saying.
action or
I mean,
any
if
of that.
Bob wants
Yeah,
to do it, that's wonderful. I have no problem with it. But Jill
I
Yeah.
can
had
do it.
been planning on doing it. I had been planning on doing it. I
yeah.
was just
Well,
when it comes to the big, well-known horror movies that we all know and obviously choose as number one, I'm trying to spread them out instead of showing them all, 1 week after the next.
I like when you do an more obscure film, like when you did Death Race 2000, like I don't know, 6 months ago or whenever the hell that was. Now that was awesome. That was a great night. That was great fun that night
Yeah,
because it
that
was a
was
film
fun.
I'd never watched, and I watched it and I was like, wow, this is fantastic. I kind of like when we do the obscure stuff once in a while, you know.
So do I. But people don't vote for that. They tend to vote for, what they've already seen before.
Boy.
or what's familiar to them. In other words.
Yeah,
Right.
well, I guess I've always been one of those weird people that likes to discover things I have no idea about, and that's where I find some of the best stuff, actually.
That's me. If I get four titles put in front of me and there's one I haven't heard of, that's the one I'm probably going to choose.
Yeah,
Hmm.
pretty much me too. Yeah.
I do have a question for Gorilla. Hey, Gorilla, would you consider Alien 3 or Alien Resurrection more cringe stock material for you?
I'll be right
Or are they
back. I'm going
both
to grab
cringe?
something to drink.
I
Or
would
they
never.
all?
I haven't seen a single Alien movie.
What?
Mhm.
You've never seen the original or the second one?
No.
I'm shocked. I am extremely shocked.
I'm
Well,
not.
I
There's
would.
a reason. There's a reason that Germ wants to smack me every week.
Is there only one reason, Gorilla?
Oh come on, you can
Well,
put up with the comments. That I'm not the one that gets us put on a list every week.
You know, the first
um,
Alien is a really good suspense kind of horror in space, and the second Aliens, the second movie, that's my favorite personally because it's a great action flick. It really is excellent.
well, so was
It's,
mine.
it's up it's up there with like Terminator 2 or something on my list, right?
Yeah. Well, hey, PvP in your opinion, which is worse for Gorilla to do cringe stock, Alien 3 or Alien Resurrection? If you've seen Alien Resurrection.
Well, I've seen 3 because Jill did 3 on her Friday morning stream about 3 or 4 months ago, I think, because Scotty wanted to do it. And she's done the first one, so I have not seen Resurrection, so that would probably get my vote actually. But I hear it's awful, so probably good for cringe talk. Yeah,
Yeah, probably is. I mean,
yeah,
I've seen that movie plenty of times. It's cheesy as hell, and it's weird. It's a weird movie. I've seen that movie. It's a weird, cheesy movie. It is. It's
yeah.
very
Well,
cheesy.
I don't think it'd be much worse than the third one because I thought the third one, basically what they basically killed Ripley off. I thought that was depressing as hell. Actually, that film.
At the very end, they did. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it kind of
Oh,
it
thanks
was
for the
weird.
spoils.
It was I like the atmospherics of the film, like the dark, dingy kind of horror of it was kind of actually quite entertaining at times. But overall, I probably would have to put the film, maybe if I was being generous, I'd give it a C minus at the best, because I didn't think it was very good.
Well, PvP, if you ever get the time to check my YouTube channel, I do a ranking list on the Alien movies, on the Alien franchise. And at the bottom of my list is Alien Resurrection, and after that, I think is Alien 3 is my bottom 2 Alien movies.
So you're saying Resurrection is slightly more entertaining then?
Well, it's so bad it's good. It's a guilty pleasure movie.
Okay.
Well,
how should
I put this? I put Alien 3 above Resurrections, but I find Alien Resurrection a guilty pleasure, cheesy movie, fun movie to me. It's a guilty pleasure movie if I have to see it again.
Well, it's up to Gorilla if he wants to add that to his list. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I got so much stuff on the list. We'll get to eventually.
Speaking of the Cringe Talk list, you want me to send my movie within the next 2 weeks? Did you say, Gorilla?
Yeah, so I can advertise it.
Okay, I'm gonna have to try and find something. Then I'll try and find something tomorrow. I'll take a look because I'm not a aficionado of horrible movies, so I'd have to go through I get the worst movies lists. I go to different websites and look for a list of the most awful movies ever made, and I'm sure I'll find something. But I gotta say, I'm gonna have a hard time coming up with something that'll bother you more than Up did.
Hey, no more Uncle Adolf taking it up the ass. All right, no more of that.
Yeah, I definitely picked a winner there though, because the way you and Germ are still emotionally disturbed by saying that, I take a great amount of joy out of that.
If I have to watch that again, we are gonna watch 9 hours of The View.
Oh my god!
Gosh, 9 hours, boy! You have to move it to another day then, because I'm working half days on Thursdays now. So
No, we're gonna keep you up all night.
Okay, I guess I could stay up all night. Yeah, because I don't work on Friday, so I could just not have any sleep and go into Jill's Friday morning stream totally insane and half gone. So yeah, sure. What the hell?
Tell me, Gorilla, do you use a spinning wheel with a list of movies on it as a Cringe Stock chooser, or do you choose it yourself?
We wrote like PvP and Germ are always been on the panels and that, so we take turns rotating on who's gonna make who suffer the next week. That's rotating here. But then there's weeks like this one here where I just found out that the American Society of Magical Negroes just came onto streaming, so I'm gonna take advantage of that and try to write an algorithm, or like Ghostbusters was purely for writing the algorithm because Ghostbusters Frozen Empire came out, so we were gonna watch the 2016 one to ride the algorithm of people searching for Ghostbusters.
Good idea. Strike when the iron's hot, as they say, right, Gorilla?
Yeah. So then, since I'm going to be doing 2 picks in a row here, I'm skipping my turn next time. It'll be after PvP's pick, it'll be Germ's pick again.
By the way, I'm still trying to get over seeing that little Nicky crap. That was god awful, Gorilla.
When did we watch Little Nicky?
We watched Little Nicky the other day.
No, we didn't. We watched Jack and Jill.
Oh, Jack and Jill. Okay, I get them mixed up. Same damn thing to me, but yeah, Jack and Jill. That's it. Yeah, but it was.
So
geez, that was a bad movie.
So tell me, how bad was it? Was it bad? Just as bad as the other Cringe Stock?
It was bad. It was really bad. It was.
We broke him.
It was really bad. Yeah. Yeah. I never want to see Adam Sandler again after that. Never again.
Was it funny?
Yeah, no, it was. They took they went with the wrong type of humor.
There were moments.
That's why I didn't go, because if it's not funny, it's not fun.
Yeah, there were moments when it was so stupidly absurd that I kind of got a chuckle out of it. But yeah, it was. If it was funny, it was funny in a way they didn't mean it to be funny. As in, it's funny if it's like so bad you can't believe that they wrote this crap kind of funny. Yeah.
Oh, come on. You love the parrot getting drunk.
Well, they had its moments, but still, overall, it was garbage. But it was a good cringe stock pick. I mean, if we're going for really bad movies, I mean, I guess you succeeded in that way, Gorilla.
Yeah.
Besides, I never would have watched the damn thing on my own anyway. So if I'm going to watch something, that's that bad, I might as well at least have some laughs making fun of it with you guys, right?
Yeah.
Plus, even his fans, his most loyal fans, say that is one of his worst movies.
Well, the only reason I watched it the first time with Marissa was because we liked Adam Sandler.
Oh,
Because I like Billy Madison and I like Click and I liked Happy Gilmore there. So we said, hey, we'll watch Jack and Jill.
Are you still a fan of him, or did that break your Adam Sandler a fan boyism?
Hey, every person has a bad movie. That one was just they took the wrong approach to it.
well, seeing Adam Sandler in a dress didn't help it either, Gorilla.
Well, I think I meant by wrong approach and the jokes they tried the jokes they tried going with there. See, and it's even less funny now because of the way that the whole with the whole trans community taking over everything. So
Yeah, that's probably big. That's probably a fan favorite with that community. Actually, come to think of it.
I don't know.
Just don't encourage them. PvP. Don't encourage them.
Yeah, but
I
talk
don't- I
about
don't have-
fan favorites though. We should catch up on chat.
Okie dokie.
Thank you.
Yeah, Gap. We said night to Gap already. Scurvy said, "Did you see Jill short of Pop as her very first co-host?" Yes, I did. It was really good.
Did she just post that? I have not seen that.
Oh, she posted it a few hours ago.
Oh, I'll have to take a look later. Cool.
And that was a short, right?
Yes.
That was
Yeah,
her first
Pop-
stream.
Man, Pop, you sound a lot different and a lot better actually in that clip show. You do.
Yeah, times have changed.
I barely recognized your voice after hearing you in that clip.
Anyhow, Boomer here says Alien Heroes one with Whoopi Goldberg. I mean, Alien Cow.
Yeah. Yes, unfortunately, it was. That alien cow sequence was not fun.
Hello, Daniel. Good to see you, sir.
Yeah. Hey, Daniel. Hope you're doing well.
Hello.
And for Chris Stock, the Barbarians, if you've not done it already. You'll have to send that to me on Twitter so I remember it. And we'll get it on a rotation. All right, that's all the chats.
Thank you. But I'm thinking about considering is doing a watch party on my horror sci-fi stream, and it's there's no copyright. It's in the public domain, so that way we can watch it live during the stream. I was watching it the other day. There's some pretty good copies out there, some Blu-ray, so it looks nice and clear. But I'm thinking about maybe covering the original Little Shop of Horrors.
That's not the one I watched, right?
No,
That's
And
the
it's not a
Roger.
musical, right?
nope,
That's Roger
Alright.
Corman's film, right, Pop?
yes.
Okay, I'd be in for that. That sounds like it could be fun. Yep.
It's only like 80 minutes long, but yeah, I think that would be a good one for us to watch. And that way we can watch it all at the same time because it's already on YouTube.
Yeah, that'd be great, actually, because it'd be nice to do a watch party, because watch parties are kind of fun when you can, make your comments during the actual film, make observations, so to speak,
Yeah, and it wouldn't be on Cosme.
Oh boy, Gorilla, the Phantom Bloomer has another suggestion for you for cringe stock.
All right, just a sec. Also, Cannibal Woman in the avocado jumble of death. All right, send it to me on Twitter. I'll check it out.
You sound tired, Gorilla. Is it about that time for you?
Oh, it's 11 o'clock. I've been outside. I've been outside all day.
You're gonna go fishing tomorrow, right?
I was planning on it.
What time do you usually get up to get started?
Well, I was wanting to leave at 8, but Owen doesn't like fishing, and he's not going to his mom's until 4.
Oh, he doesn't like fishing. That's too bad.
So
Yeah,
what are you trying to go for in that lake or river region? What's in the fishing region? Bass,
I'm gonna
trout,
go-
or salmon?
We don't have that. I'm going for bullheads.
That
There.
species does not sound familiar to me. But then again, I'm in the California region, so we probably don't have that in California.
Well, that's your problem. No, it's a fishing around. It's a midwestern fish. There, it's basically a cat. It's basically small catfish.
So they're bottom feeders, in other words, huh?
Yeah, but they're good in the spring. But once it starts getting warm out, the water gets really warm. Then it's you don't want you gotta soak them in a lot of salt water then.
Well, make sure you have the right bait and you know how to gut them and cook them.
I know how I am an expert on them. I can have 100 I can have 100 of them done in about an hour and 15 minutes. Because all you have to do is cut the head out, rip the guts out, then skin them.
So they have skin like a catfish.
Yeah.
Cannibal Women of the Avocado Jungle of Death. Well, that sounds like a masterpiece right there.
Hello, Daniel.
Hi, bro. How you doing?
Hey, Daniel.
Hey, Dan.
Good to see you, Dan.
How's everything going tonight?
Well, I got.
Go ahead,
Go
girl.
ahead. I was
No,
gonna say,
just say
Daniel.
we're having a fun time.
Yeah, Daniel, I got a bone to pick with you. I don't know what it is, but I got a bone to pick with you.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I don't know what it is yet, but I'll figure it out eventually.
So, Daniel, did you see the latest episode of the X-Men?
Oh yeah. I loved it. I thought it was really good. Did you?
Yes.
Oh, it was so. I mean, it was just. We saw Spider. Wait. Does anybody mind spoilers, or did anybody see it? Like, they didn't see it?
I'm not going to watch it.
Don't
Yeah, I'm
worry,
not
I'm
gonna
never
watch
going to
it
see
anymore.
it, so no
Same here.
spoilers for me. It doesn't matter.
And I'm done watching it. I'm not going to watch it anymore, so go ahead.
I saw Spider-Man on there. It's so cool. We saw Doctor Doom on there. We saw Spider-Man on there. But we haven't seen that version of Spider-Man since 1998.
Yeah, but that was mainly fan service, probably it was.
Yeah,
Well,
probably.
it is X-Men 97, so yeah, you're gonna see that version of Spider-Man.
Yeah, and I think like the director did say that is indeed the 1994 Spider-Man from the animated series.
Yeah. For my rating of that episode, I give it a 6 out of 10, or a 6.5 out of 10.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah.
What about Doctor Doom? Did they show him use any of his powers?
No,
They showed him holographic form.
Fuck him.
So
See, that's
basically,
why I'm done with. That's why I'm done with that fucking show.
so basically a lot of cameos, in other words, for you pop, if you like cameos.
Yeah, but I'm sure if I would have gotten plenty of Storm and Jean Grey, if I would have watched it, right? There's never enough of them. Fuck them. And I heard now they're making Rogue gay. Fuck them.
I mean,
Well, I haven't
remember?
seen that so far. I haven't.
Yeah, I saw the interview. I was listening to the interview, the same one that Daniel referred to a moment ago, with the showrunner talking about the cameos of Spider-Man. And no, they're basically they're gonna turn most. I don't. I'm just disgusted. I'll put it that way. Fuck them. That's my attitude about the whole show.
But remember
Well-
last week when we were no, I'm sorry, sci-fi. Were you saying something?
Yeah, it seems like my theories on what would happen in the season finale were somewhat correct to a certain degree. They were.
But Magneto, I never knew Magneto was that powerful. Like he just turned off the whole world power supply. Just he went to the North Pole and he just shut everything down, everything on the Earth down.
Yeah, well, I seen an interviewer like you that likes the show, and he said that was basically a DX Machina moment for Magneto because they just wanted drama for the sake of drama, and consequences for the sake of consequences.
Yeah, I know. I mean, can you imagine all the casualties that shutting down the world power supply created? I mean, I was talking to a friend of mine yesterday, and they were saying, like, think about it. In the world, the entire world. Think about all the people on life support, for example, right? They just shut down the world power supply. Everyone on life support just shut down.
Well, I've always thought for decades that if you wanted to really be an effective terrorist, just take out the power grid, the worldwide power grid, and we're back in the Stone Age, basically.
Or Steam
Right.
Age, basically. Steam Age.
Well, how long would it take though for civilization to completely break down and people to be killing each other in the streets? How many months would it actually take? Because it's not just okay, we don't have our internet, so we can't even talk on here. We don't have our TV. We don't have our radio. We don't have lights at night. We got to get candles and sit by candlelight like they did centuries ago before even gaslight existed, right? You got no food. Your refrigerator is dead. Throw all your food out because it's all going to go rotten in a week. You can't cook nothing because your oven won't come on unless you got a barbecue with gas. You're not going to ever have a warm meal again. If you want to go, I don't know, go shopping, the stores are all going to be in darkness. They're all going to be going by, I don't know, lanterns or something, like battery-powered lanterns.
They'll shut down quickly. Their supplies won't even last a day.
Yeah, and how are they going to keep everything stocked up? I mean, because do the gas pumps even work without electricity? I mean, I don't know if they need,
No, they're electric.
So I could see civilization falling to pieces in a very short time.
Yeah, within days, probably.
Yeah.
I would say weeks, maybe if people were really kind, maybe a few months, but eventually I think it would be law of the jungle time.
Oh,
Would it
Peter,
ju- I
you're
think
giving
it
way
depends-
too much credit to my generation.
I think it depends on realization. How long would it take for people to realize? 'Cause, okay, people would not be able to communicate with each other because there would be no movies or no TV, radio, or any of that. So the question would be is, how long would it take for everyone to realize, wait a minute, this is it. This is over. I've got to go out and start hustling. And by the time they do that, there's already going to be mobs roaming the streets. And it's going to be every man for himself.
A few days.
Remember in 2020 when you couldn't buy toilet paper because there was none on the shelves because assholes were going in there and buying 20 packages at a time?
Now, let's be clear, fat women with fat asses.
That's a good one, Pop. A lighthearted moment of humor. I appreciate it.
The truth. It's the truth. Just go back and look at any of those videos. And
Oh,
it was
yeah.
all extremely overweight women with huge fat asses.
I've seen some of those Walmart videos, so I know exactly what
Right?
you're talking
They're the
about.
ones, they're the ones that take a whole roll to wipe their ass once.
Hey! I did it the smart. Hey, I did it the smart way. there I had people ask me for cigarettes, and I was like, "Hey, I'll give you 5 cigarettes for a roll of toilet paper."
Yeah, you could do that.
Well,
Yes.
if things go that way, that's why at the stage that they're probably going to be at the barter system again. Probably it's probably going to come back.
Well,
So
money won't be
okay,
of any use.
yeah. So bartering will be the main currency then. Like, hey, I got a hammer here, and you got nails, and you want to build me something? All right, I'm gonna give you a meal for you to build for me something.
Or will they just say, screw it, I can just hit you over the head with a hammer and take whatever you have?
That's probably more what would happen, sadly.
It is. That's more what would happen, right?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
well,
some commodities, like say if you had a gas generator, that would be like gold all of a sudden because people would be trying to steal it from you, obviously.
Hey,
And
hey,
it would only be good though for so many months as long as you had a supply of gasoline, you'd be okay to But as soon as you run out of gas, then that would be a useless thing too, right?
yeah, I was
Yep.
about to say it's only as good as long as you have gas.
Exactly. So it would be, I think it would be a grim, people are always, afraid of a nuclear war and, the planet gets nuked. You know what? I'd prefer that because at least we'd all be dead in a week or something, right? If we
Yeah,
weren't
but if
directly in the blast, we'd, sorry, Pop.
yeah, but well, the way it's designed now, the nuclear warheads are designed with near ground detonation. They're not programmed to hit the ground and explode like what we've all envisioned in World War II. They're designed now to where they're going to
No.
explode a mile or two up in the atmosphere, and that
Right.
way they'll take out our electrical grid and not destroy the property.
So that's like a double whammy then.
Right,
Wow.
that is how it's going to
Boy.
happen.
Jeez.
yeah, and Daniel, and to your X-Men thing again, I would say the writers will probably not go into that too much because that would be too damn realistic for them. So they would probably not go into that at all. They'll probably just be very optimistic about that outlook. They'll probably go, oh, like by some miracle, Magneto would change his mind, then turn the power back on by next episode.
Yeah, but like, well, oh my god, I'm sorry. Yeah, well, like, yeah, but think about it. Like, all the hospitals, all the people on life support, everything shuts down. Can you imagine all the casualties? People with a pacemaker, like, you think
Hey.
everybody, people with a pacemaker, the pacemaker shut down, life
Hey.
support shuts down.
Hey, Daniel.
Well,
Hey, when they said if we get rid of fossil fuels, so like right this moment here, 200 million people are going to be dead within a week.
Seriously?
yeah, and then we see those. Well, how do you think our food gets to the stores? Right? It's like,
Well,
Fossil fuels.
look how many people on John back and their insulin has to be refrigerated.
yeah. Oh, exactly. Yeah, that too. Yeah, good one. Well,
I
it's
would,
like, hey,
I would,
I just wanted to mention my mother had a pacemaker for like the last 10 or 15 years of her life, I guess it was. And she was okay because it was battery powered. They put a battery in the pacemaker on her chest. So that sucker was good for like 5 years before she had to get it replaced. So a person with a pacemaker wouldn't necessarily, die immediately. They could be good for a number of years. I just wanted to mention.
Yeah, well, anyway, Daniel, my theories still hold up on what I said last time that you were on here on what would happen to the X-Men in the season finale. Odds are Magneto will use his powers to turn the power back on to the planet grid, then or Storm will use her storm powers by some Deus Ex Machina moment and channel her lightning powers into the power grid by some miracle, which probably would not work in reality because lightning and regular electricity have different currents in them. But she probably use her lightning powers, storm powers to turn on the world's power grid, but probably won't happen. And probably will be Magneto with the world pleading for him, saying, please turn on the power grid, please. And he'll be like, fine. Or Charles Xavier will use his mind control powers to force Magneto to turn the power back on. Then Magneto will know Professor X is on the planet again. Then they'll gather their forces, and then they'll fight again. Then Bastion and Sinister will fight in the background, or they'll find a way to reactivate the human hybrid Sentinels, and there'll be a three-way battle. There may be a temporary alliance between Magneto and his Brotherhood versus with Charles Xavier and his X-Men versus the humanoid Sentinels if Bastion and Sinister find a way to turn them back on. Or it probably would just be a two-way battle between Magneto and his Brotherhood versus Charles Xavier and his X-Men, because after Magneto will probably the world will see Magneto committing mass genocide on a large scale to turn off the power, make him global enemy number one again, and be wanted through the world governments. And then Charles Xavier will have to do his job officially, bring his arch rival and enemy to justice, to save face, and to say mutants are good, while Magneto will be on the run again, and the populace will be evenly split again. There'll be riots and hate speech and terrorism and all that against mutants and humans in the season finale. And then Storm will come in last second with her Deus Ex Machina powers, either do considerable damage to the Brotherhood's forces, not kill them, but may wound them severely. And then Magneto will be carted off to prison and having a collar that inhibits his magnetic powers.
Yeah, that sounds cool.
And this is my fan theory again. I mean, last time you were on here, my theory was half right. Most of them were half right. So if you combine the half rights together, I was mainly right on one thing or another.
I mean, I would like to see like an alliance between the Brotherhood of Mutants and the X-Men, all that stuff. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, but it's highly unlikely.
Yeah.
I mean, not unless they do a twist saying, oh, by some miracle, Magneto turns on the power, which turns on the humanoid Sentinels again, and then Bastions and Mr. Sinister's plans are back on track, basically.
But wait, when he shut down the human hybrid Sentinels, I think he killed them. So if he turned the power back on, they would be dead.
Well, it's not specified. It's not. I mean, they appear dead, but it's not specified. They did not say if they were dead. They could just be turned off. So anyway, to try to chase this out to people that actually want to talk about something, besides just me and Dan talking about X-Men, which no one on this panel watches or doesn't care to watch. What else do you guys want to talk about?
Heritage auctions. They sell. They have auctions, and they sell a lot of Hollywood memorabilia. I guess they just recently auctioned off all the Sam Raimi Spider-Man costumes. That'd been nice to own one of those. Yes.
But I think Sam Raimi, I think Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man is coming back soon. So.
Oh, I don't know about that. I just know that they sold the costumes. I think that was probably a one-off. It seems odd, though, that Sony is really dragging their feet on making a sequel, considering how popular that movie was. But of course, they're dragging their feet because they're planning on Madam Web being a franchise.
Oh, but
So
that backfired like badly.
No, that backfired so bad. They I bet you they canceled all future plans for that.
Yeah, but that's why we didn't get it. That's why we didn't get it as a Spider-Man movie. We got that instead. So even if they decide, okay, let's go back to Spider-Man, we're talking years, because it's years of they got to write it for production and filming, and yeah, it's going to be years even if they do. So who knows who's going to be the next Spider-Man? They screwed that franchise over. Screwed the pooch, as they say.
Actually, I heard this really interesting thing that it's possible that since Madam Web tanked so badly, that Marvel could use that as an excuse to take Sony to court, and they could get the rights to Spider-Man back.
No, they can't do that just because they made a bad movie. If otherwise they would have They could have taken them all back from 20th Century Fox a long time ago.
Yeah, I don't think the studios. I mean, they've already poured enough money down the toilet producing all this crap for the last X number of years anyway. So why give lawyers more money to have a fight between them amongst themselves? It's like I don't think it'll happen.
Hey, we're not talking about the brightest people here.
Oh, speaking of not the brightest people, girl, I just posted my nominations for my cringe dot picks in the private chat. If you want to peruse them for your entertainment pleasure. I gave you a nice choice. I figure I'll be generous. I'll give girl a choice. You can pick any one of those because I'm sure they all suck.
Have you seen any of them?
Nope, that's why. Because we do the watch party on Girla's channel, Pop.
We're going with Freddy Got Fingered.
That was my first choice, actually, even though I listed it last. Because I thought that's probably about in the same level as the Adam Sandler film. So, yeah, probably the one to go with, Girla.
And just as funny, or lack thereof.
I have no idea.
It is.
I
I
have
saw
no
it.
idea. Oh, it's actually not that good. I figured it was shit.
No, no, but that's what you guys are going for, so go for it.
Well, he says he's, there's no Geneva Convention on Cringestock anymore. After I showed up, Girla's just out to kill me with horrible films. So I got to fight back. Girla. I actually would like to watch some kind of goofy movies that are fun, though, actually, at some time, Girla.
Yeah, if the movie's not fun, then the movie's not fun, it's not fun.
No, I have fun mocking them. I was having fun mocking Adam Sandler.
That's why, like we had a lot of fun mocking Adam Sandler big time. It's kind of like, that, what's that, 3000 satire thing that they do with bad movies? I can't remember.
Mystery Theater 3000.
That's the one, yeah, Mystery Theater 3000. Yeah, we're kind of like a Gorilla version.
Except you don't have, yeah, but no, I know that, but I'm saying that they were professional comedy writers. How are we doing on chat, Gorilla?
We got 4 of them there. Just a sec.
Oh, we're kind of keeping up on it. I appreciate it, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Scurvy here says avocado. Well, it sounds like a healthy movie. And Boomer says avocados are good for you, Scurvy. And Scurvy says no power. Boom. Eggnog is spoiled.
There you go. It's the end of the world. End of the civilization.
Yeah. And Boomer says I would rather be at ground zero.
Yeah, me too. I'd rather be vaporized instantly than go through months and months of hell. Yeah.
If the thing is they don't want to destroy the infrastructure, the buildings and all that. The whole point is they want us to kill each other, and they just move in and take over all the property.
Oh, it's such a fun future that could be developing.
That's why I did.
I'm glad I lived when I did.
Don't forget they have miles and miles of underground bunkers for all the bigwigs.
Of course.
Wouldn't that be excruciatingly painful to be hit, to be in a nuclear holocaust?
No, if you're at ground zero.
If you're at ground zero, you'd be dead before you knew it, Daniel. You'd be like dead in a microsecond. You'd be vaporized. Haven't you not seen those pictures of Japan in the 40s? I mean, there's nothing left of those people. They're just like a mark on the sidewalk.
Well, there's a wall left of a building there that has the outline of a guy smoking a cigarette there in Nagasaki, I think it was.
It's pretty scary stuff, isn't it, Gorilla?
Yeah, they were just right in the middle of whatever they were doing when it took them out.
Yep, Jan. Yeah, that would be the merciful, quick way to go, though, because I wouldn't want to. Well, have you seen the films of the Japanese dying from radiation poisoning? That's not a pretty sight, I'll tell you. And,
someone had to develop the technology, and we're racing Germany for it.
Well, the sad thing is, Gorilla, it's probably the best scenario to end the war, because if we allies had to launch a ground attack on the island of Japan, millions of more people would have died. I'm sure it
Oh
would have
yeah,
been
because
even worse.
they're training all the civilians to grab bamboo poles and fight off the Americans with bamboo poles.
Well, yeah, it would have been all of us though, Canadians, Brits. I mean, we all would
Did,
have probably been in there
did,
on the ground assault.
did Canada fight in the Pacific? I know you guys were major in Europe, but did you guys fight in the Pacific?
I'm not sure actually. Yeah, feel free to look that up. Maybe I could be mistaken because I know we were big. Well, I mean, we all know the story about Scotty on D-Day losing his finger and all that stuff,
Yeah,
right? So
yeah, I know.
Canadians, we were big.
Yeah,
We were big in the European theater for sure. I'm not sure about Japan.
yeah, because I know Britain had a few colonies out there, but mostly it's Americans and Chinese taking care of the Japanese.
Yeah, yeah, you might have a good point there actually. But I think the biggest well, Canadians, we did a lot on D-Day. We were actually the Allied force that pushed the furthest in on the very first day of D-Day. I think we pushed in past the German lines about 23 miles that first day, which is deeper than any of the other troops did. I know we were big in. We probably had a contribution big time in the Italian theater because we did land in Italy and push our way up. And I think there were some very significant, bloody, nasty battles with the Canadians
Yeah.
and the Italians on the Italian peninsula,
Uh,
right? So yeah,
well. You guys push further into France on D-Day because because the ships actually hit their targets on your beaches, unlike on Omaha Beach, they hardly hit a dang thing there.
yeah, it was. God, it must have been a nightmare on D-Day. I can only imagine.
Okay, so according to uh, the various sources here that's been mixed together here by AI. Canada did enter the war in the Pacific in 41.
Okay.
The Battle of Hong Kong. They fought along the British and Indians there is about the Aleutian Islands campaign, where Canadian troops participated in the invasion of Kiska Island in August of 1943, and Canadian contributions to the Allied forces in Southeast Asia, where Canadian troops fought alongside British and Australian forces. So basically, like when you got down to Papua New Guinea and all that Burma and stuff, you guys did like you weren't a huge contributing in the Pacific. You basically got melded into like the British forces with you guys being
Yeah,
part of the
it would have been
Commonwealth.
us. It would have been us, the Brits and the Aussies, because we're all Commonwealth nations, right? So we
Yeah.
would have actually, formed a fighting force together.
So,
That totally
so,
makes sense.
so you
Yeah.
guys got overshadowed by the British, is what it is, because you're all part of the Commonwealth.
Well, we often did, but I think actually, a lot of folks consider World War II as when Canada actually started to become a nation in its own right, because we did make a lot of significant victories during the war, especially in Europe. And I think that's when it started to put Canada on the map as a country, to be taken seriously. Because, we had some pretty ferocious, we had a pretty ferocious fighting force back then. A lot of people don't know that, of course, but the Canadian forces back in World War II were not to be messed with. I'm sure the Germans were pretty afraid if they saw us coming down the road.
Yeah,
you know, just saying. Thanks for that history, though. I was not aware. I,
yeah.
I remember now that we were in the Hong Kong, the Battle of Hong Kong, which must have been god awful because I know we allies. I think we got our asses handed to us in that one because the Japanese invaded, and I think they just kicked the shit out of us, basically. So yeah, it was
Yeah.
nasty, that one.
Yeah,
Well-
well, in the European theaters, whenever the Canadian troops were around, you guys were considered the elite forces, so the enemy troops did take notice of you guys.
Yeah, we had some special forces too. I remember reading about there was a U.S. Canadian task force of elite, like a elite commando force that were. I can't remember what their name was, but they apparently they struck great terror into the hearts of like even the SS were afraid of us because we had such a nasty fighting force that could just basically accomplish any mission that was handed to them. So there's some interesting little tidbits during World War II for sure.
Hey, nothing will beat the Scotsman who walked onto the beach with a kilt playing a bagpipe.
Especially if he raised his kilt, right? Oh God.
Oh no, it depends on which German. Jewish German. No, but then he had one. I can't. He was an Indian guy, and he did not believe in guns and all that. So he took a bow and arrow, and he was shooting German troops with a bow and arrow.
That's pretty cool. Wow, I kind of like that. That's kind of awesome. He's almost going medieval on their ass, killing them with arrows. Like holy shit.
Can you imagine having to report back to your commanding officer? Yeah, I lost 15 men to a bow and arrow.
Yeah, really, eh? Like, wow.
Oh, your Canadian slipped out.
Yeah, it's interesting though, because I remember there's some Canadians that are kind of like legendary here that went into the European theater and just really seriously kicked some German ass, like really bad. Like there were some guys that, well, they got like the Victoria Cross and stuff, right? Because they were just so good at taking out the Germans. But I'd have to like do a little research because I don't remember off the top of my head any particular names. But yeah, actually I think one of the best snipers in World War II was a Canadian too. I think he had something like 150 something kills.
I thought
as
that
a
was a
sniper.
Finnish soldier.
Eh?
I thought that was Finnish.
No, I think we had one too that was pretty significant. Actually, I think he was an Aboriginal guy as well, if I remember correctly. So that was kind of cool.
Okay, because I know the Finns hold the record for the most sniper kills. I know that was Finn against the Soviets.
Okay, well, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. Because the
PvP.
Finns do have a pretty good armed forces. I mean, I think they do they have conscription there? Like you have to serve for 2 years or something.
You don't have to. They don't need that. They don't need to have conscripted in Finland. They're being on Russia's doorstep.
Well, yeah, maybe.
They're shoved between Germany and Russia. They didn't need conscription.
I do remember when I was at art college, there were a couple of from Norway that I got to know a bit, and they did have to have 2 years of military service in their 20s. It was compulsory, and so I guess when they finished that, they decided to come over to Western Canada for some reason to get their educations. But yeah, it was kind of nice to meet Norwegians. It was kind of fun. They seemed like very nice. Actually, I got invited to some of their parties, so they were pretty cool people.
PvP, tell me, is your guys' Victoria Cross the equivalent of our Medal of Honor in the U.S.?
Probably. I'm not an expert on medals, but I imagine it would be pretty much the same thing. I think the Victoria Cross is probably the highest honor you can get military-wise as far as the British Empire, which, the Commonwealth, which we are still a part of.
I thought being knighted was the highest honor.
Well, that would be more of like for civilian activities, like if you were a great filmmaker or a great philanthropist, or maybe you wrote great novels or something. I mean, I think that's not really military. Okay. I don't think you'll get the Victoria Cross for making a movie. Let's put it that way.
Depends on who you are.
Oh boy. By the way, I just put a film in the private chat that I saw back in 1987 when I was at art school. And I think it's a fabulous film. It's probably the last Spielberg movie that I actually thought he was really at the top of his game, because it's a really good movie. And it is about the invasion of Hong Kong. And it's really good. It's a really good movie.
All right. But
it's definitely worth checking out. I think it's long. It's about 2.5 hours long, but it's a really excellent film.
All right. I'm going to head to bed, guys. We'll see ya.
Okay,
have a good night, Gorilla. Thank you for helping me out tonight.
All right, take care, Gorilla.
Well, good night, Gorilla.
Yeah, no, bro.
Okay,
Oh,
bye.
here, I'll catch you up on chats here real quick before I go.
Thank you.
Daniel says in the last episode, Morph turned into Juggernaut. That was awesome, but as usual, Morph is easily defeated.
Of course.
And welcome DJ Play Nice. You
Hey,
smoking
DJ,
what?
play nice. Good to see you.
Hey, DJ.
And Boomer here says, I think the ANZAC troops fought in the Pacific. Let's see, that's Australia, New Zealand.
Could it be
Uh,
Canada at the end there? I'm not sure.
yeah, that'd be Canada at the end. Let's see.
I think it's actually pronounced Anzac, I believe, Gorilla.
Yeah, but I'm trying to figure out what it'd be. Like, you got Australia, New Zealand, Canada. Would be the other A, though.
Yeah, I'm a little bit. Well, I could look it up. I mean, give me a minute here.
And Boomer says Canadian troops spent 4 years in the Pacific Theater. Okay. And then Boomer here says Simio whatever was no fast the White Cats in the Winter War.
It actually says Anzac was Australia, New Zealand, so I'm not sure what the heck the rest of those letters mean, but
yeah, I thought it'd be. It sounds like an acronym for like the combined forces, like Australia, New Zealand, Canada, whichever other one would be in the.
yeah, it's
Australia,
weird.
New Zealand Army Corps. Okay.
It is weird because I'm just seeing countries listed as Australia and New Zealand, so I'm a little bit puzzled by the name.
Yeah, right here, PvP Army Corps.
Oh, Army Corps.
New Zealand
Army Corps. Yeah, I got it. Thanks, Gorilla. That makes total sense.
Well, thank Boomer for that one.
So it was just Australia, New Zealand then. Okay, that makes total sense.
All right. So we'll see you guys.
Yeah,
have a great night, sir. Thank you.
Good night.
See you soon. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, have a good night, Gorilla. Good to see you on here.
Yeah, it's always nice to see Gorilla.
See what time we were going on? 2.5 hours. Well, we got a lot of private shit. I didn't even look at it.
You're going on 3.5 hours, Pop.
Been a good stream tonight, though. I got to say, it's been a lot of interesting discussion. I've certainly enjoyed myself, even though I was an hour late because I was I was sleeping.
Venom Boomer says I can Google with the best of them. Also, I'm old, so I'm close to that history. Okay, very cool.
Yeah, that's the thing. When I was born in '58, the war hadn't been over that many years, right? Like 13 years since we defeated, the Axis powers. So it was still something that I didn't hear it often as a kid growing up, but I remember adults would still talk about it because, some of them did serve over there and went through it. Nobody in my family, fortunately, my father was 2 weeks away from getting on a train and going to Halifax to go over on a troop ship to Britain, and he would have been obviously sent right into the European theater if he had. So I don't even know if I'd be alive today if he'd actually, if the war hadn't ended 2 weeks before he had to deploy. So it was like pretty close call, I gotta say. But he did go through all the training, of course. But yeah, I remember my parents talking about it. It was a tense time because they were both in their 20s then, right? They were young. And it wasn't a good time to be young people with a world war raging, across the ocean.
Yeah, same with my dad.
Yeah, it's a little. Sorry, Pop. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Well, I was just going to say my dad served in the 50s, so it's about right around the time of the Korean War.
Did he serve in Korea?
Nope.
Uh,
He just missed it.
just like my dad missed World War II then. Yeah, boy. It was interesting though, because I still remember, it's still, being only 13 years in the past, it was still something that was kind of hanging around in the background, right? That's why I was even from a kid, I was totally aware that there was this bad thing called World War II happened.
Yeah, that's how I learned about World War II as well. There was like and Korean War and Vietnam, that it was something that Vietnam for me was something that just ended. But enough about that, right?
Yeah, enough about depressing things like war. There's enough stuff currently happening in the world that's depressing anyway, so I kind of like to come on here and talk about some fun things. If anybody has something more fun, gosh, I'm not sure even what to talk about. I'm drawing a blank here.
Well, how about this? Um, out of the 4 Indiana Jones movies, how would you rate them?
Oh, the first one by far is the best. The first
And the
movie
other 3?
the first movie is a classic. I think I'd put the third one second because I liked Sean Connery's performance in that one. And then I'd probably go with the second movie, even though I'm not a fan of the second movie because I thought it was kind of over the top and kind of goofy at times, and it was literally a roller coaster ride in some scenes, if you know what I mean. So I wasn't a big fan of the second film. And then I'd put the fourth one, well, there was actually 5, right? If we're talking Indiana Jones.
Oops, I miscounted.
I'd put the fourth one in fourth, and I'd put the last one in last, in that order, basically. I think the one essential indie film is the very first movie, though, because I think the first movie is pretty much a flawless masterpiece, at least for me when I watch it.
Well, for me, it's kind of the reverse for the original trilogy numbers that you did, PvP. For me, it's the Raiders of the it's the Last Crusade is my first pick. Then the Lost Ark is my next one. Then well, tied for third place is the Temple of Doom and the Crystal Skull. Those are tied for third place. And then for fourth place is or the last place if you want to count that is the Dial of Destiny. I found that one to be the worst one.
I think generally people consider that the worst one overall. Yeah.
Heck, the last movie makes the Crystal Skull or the Temple of Doom look like masterpieces compared to that one, probably.
Yeah, well, I don't like Crystal Skull much. It's got moments, but I'm not a fan of it. Temple of Doom, as I say, it's just too much action. Like a good film needs a little scene once in a while where you can actually take a rest as a viewer, which is why I like the first film so much because it had pacing, right? I mean, they had lots of action, they had lots of great heroic stuff, for Indy to do, but they also knew when to pull it back for like 5 or 10 minutes and just have those little scenes. Like remember that scene where Indy is like he's got the hell beat out of him. He's lying in the bed, and he's having a sipping on a drink or something, and you know she's like, "Where does it hurt?" And he's like, "Oh, it hurts here, it hurts here, it hurts here," and she's kissing all the places it hurts, which I
Yeah,
thought was very hilarious.
yeah.
And then he passes out from exhaustion, right? And that's those little scenes that you kind of need a kind of a little breather before the next action sequence begins. And I enjoy films that have a good sense of pacing. They don't want to wear the hell out of the audience, and that's why I like the first film overall by far.
Hmm. Well, for most fans, it's debated whether it's the first one or the third one as their favorite. Fans debate about that.
Those are considered the two top ones. I would agree with that. But I think for a lot of fans, the first movie is kind of a legendary classic. Uh, and the third movie is much beloved, I think, quite a bit because of Sean Connery's performance as Indy's dad. And it's a good script. I mean, it's a well-written movie. It's got good pacing again, good pacing, and it's got some great scenes like when they get towards the end when they get to the night of the round table or whatever that's been guarding the Holy Grail for like, I don't know, a couple of
Yeah,
centuries or
the
some bloody
Templar
thing.
guy.
Yeah. And that is a great scene because I love the scene, where the one guy chooses badly. That's a great scene.
Yeah. Donovan
Yeah,
chose
it's
poorly, and
awesome. Like he gets
No,
gets what he deserves, and then Indy, of course, being an archaeologist and a historian and a man of wisdom, he doesn't go for the cup with the jewels on it. He goes for the most basic, average cup among all the cups presented there, and he's like, this would be the cup of a carpenter. This would be the cup of a average man kind of thing, right? And then the knight goes, "You choose wisely," and I'm like, "Yes, I love that scene." So I put that's second place for me as well. That's second place after the first movie.
Yeah, and people, what's just gets in the line? You chose, or he chose, poorly. He chose.
It's a
poorly.
great sequence. It really is. I love that. Yeah, it's great.
How about you, Pop? How would you rate them?
1, 2, 3 in that order.
You don't count the other ones?
No.
Mm-hmm.
They were surely cash grabs, is all they were, especially the last one. So I only count the first 3 movies, and in that order, 1, 2, 3.
Mm-hmm. How about you, Daniel?
I'll go 1, 3, 2.
Well, the way I would rank them is number 1 is Temple of Doom for me. I love Temple of Doom. It just feels like a really good old fashioned adventure film. I just love it. So Temple of Doom is number 1 for me. I want to say number 2 is Raiders of the Lost Ark, but Sean Connery was in The Last Crusade, so I have to say number 2 is Last Crusade because Sean Connery is in there. He's a legend. He's awesome. So number 3 would have to be Raiders of the Lost Ark. Number 3. Number 4 would be what do you call the 5th movie?
The the Dial of Destiny.
Yeah, the Dial of Destiny is number 4 because I love time travel. So number 4 is Dial of Destiny, and finally number 5 would have to be Crystal Skull.
Well, for me, the reason why Dial of Destiny is at the bottom of my list is because the Shaw character. I dislike that character so much. She's basically the inverse of Indiana Jones when it comes to morals. Well,
cool.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, well, I guess, good ranking from everybody. We all have different rankings, but that's cool.
As long as they don't make another one with a replacement actor.
I have a feeling they're not going to make another one after the way the last one bombed.
They were talking about doing a spin-off. Like first they were talking about doing another one for the longest time. But we're going to get Sean Connery. Oh, no, not Sean Connery. Sorry. Harrison Ford.
No, they'd have to dig him up if they're going to get Sean Connery back.
I know.
Remember, we're talking about Disney. They'll do anything. Don't put it past them.
Yeah, they said they're gonna get Harrison Ford back first, and I'm like, no, you're not gonna get Harrison Ford back. He said no.
Let the man retire already.
Yeah. And then they're like, oh, let's do a spin-off with that horrible woman. What's her name?
So they're going to do a Fleabag spin-off? Well, I'm going to have to hit my head against the desk. I'm sorry. That's a horrible idea.
Yeah, that Shaw character was a terrible character. But doing a spin-off about her, it'll be just a girl power fantasy trope show spin-off movie.
Yeah,
She'll be
just,
kicking. Yeah, she'll be kicking men in their balls, all that. She'll be being even more obnoxious and wisecracking than she was in the Dial of Destiny.
she's
But
one of
no,
those. She's one of those actors. I keep wondering how she even has a career, but it's only because of the woke assholes running the studios. I guess.
Feminist, right? Because she's a feminist.
At least
Yeah.
she's kind of cute, right?
No,
Oh, that's debatable.
she's built like a man.
That's debatable. I can think of a lot hotter women than her.
Daniel, she's okay. It's her personality that turns me off.
So, what do you guys think about not seeing Gal Gadot as Wonder Woman ever again?
Well, I never saw the film that she was in, so I have no problem with not seeing it because I had no interest watching the first one. Actually,
both of them. There was two of
I
them.
still like what's her face in the '70s TV show.
She was the best Wonder Woman. Yeah, Linda Carter. She was the best Wonder Woman.
Linda Carter was hot. Like, she was gorgeous, man.
And the new one was not.
She was a little more masculine. I've only seen like clips. I have not seen the movie, and I don't have much interest in actually seeing it. So yeah, she seemed a little masculine.
Imagine Linda Carter without the beauty and flat chested.
Yeah, that's not a bad summation, actually.
So you don't like Gal Gadot, huh, Pop?
No.
I have seen the first Wonder Woman movie. In the one with Gal Gadot, I was saying the ending of the movie was pulling at the heartstrings when Steve Trevor or whatever his character's name was self-sacrificed himself. I like self-sacrifice movies, but I like them done right, and the ending of that movie did it pretty right in my eyes. But they should have just put the movie in the World War II era, not the World War I era. That was a bad choice. Overall, the movie was okay, but just put it in what the comics were. She was in the World War II era of comics. Put her in the World War II era, not the World War I era, please.
Well, yeah, it didn't matter. It didn't matter what Steve Trevor did because he was right back as usual at the beginning of the second movie. So that threw all that out the window.
Well, I haven't seen the second one. I haven't. I just seen the first one.
Well, obviously, you know the history that it obviously sucked because it bombed.
Well, I do know the little political side to it on which actors were inferred and what the characters were in that movie. So yeah.
It was 100% woke. The bad guy was actually all of them. I mean, it was terrible. The whole movie was just bad. I can't really put my finger on what the worst part of it was, but it had, what's her name, Kirsten, whatever, the raccoon eyes. I can't remember the actress's name, but everything she's in, she has raccoon eyes. She was also in Ghostbusters 2016. She's ugly as hell, and they've always got to put her with the raccoon eyes, and I never figured out why.
Did Linda Carter
what?
Did Linda Carter ever make a TV movie or a theatrical released Wonder Woman in this 70s or 80s when she was Wonder Woman?
No.
Or not?
No, she made a couple. No, she only played Wonder Woman in the TV series. The Phantom Boomers, as my dad was 4F, but I had uncles that served in World War II. My granddad went to Mexico with Blackjack Pershing. He was horse country, cavalry.
Horse
horse
cavalry.
cavalry.
Well, that seems a bit obsolete to have horse cavalry in World War II, actually. Like, wow.
Well,
Because I think I would have thought horses were kind of going out of fashion for war by that time.
they were in PvP. Cavalry by World War II probably meant armored divisions. Probably.
That's what I would have thought. More, yeah. I don't know. Maybe even well, ground troops would have been infantry, right? So,
maybe more ceremonial.
yeah, or motorized units.
I
Because
would have thought cavalry was becoming an obsolete term by World War II. Actually, come to think of it.
not really, because if you ever seen the movie We Were Soldiers, they still use the term the 7th Cavalry in that division.
Yeah, but I do. Well, I guess there were horses in World War One. I know that was still a cavalry thing in the First World War. I'm not sure if there were horses used at all in the second one.
Well, it's probably an in name only, probably by now in the army and in the military. It's probably a traditional term now, but it's probably for either motorized divisions, like cavalry motorized, or motorized armored divisions. In other words, for cavalry.
Yeah, I'm just looking it up here, actually.
Daniel says, "Who is a better Batman, Adam West or Ben Affleck?"
Oh, you got it. That's a joke question, I'm sure.
Yeah, is
I
that
choose
trick
Adam
question, Daniel?
Obviously, Adam West.
I don't know.
Everybody's Pershing was in World War II. And Guerrilla's still there, hanging in there. There is the airborne cavalry with choppers and armored cavalry with tanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just looking up World War II here. It says, while most armies still maintained cavalry units at the outbreak of World War II in 1939, significant mounted action was largely restricted to the Polish, Balkan, and Soviet campaigns. Rather than change their mounts into battle, cavalry units were either used as mounted infantry, using horses to move into position and then dismounting for combat, or as reconnaissance units, especially in areas not suited to tracked or wheeled vehicles. So obviously, it was getting quite limited by the Second World War.
Yeah, but my point still stands. Probably by now, like I said a few minutes ago, cavalry is probably just a ceremonial name. Cavalry probably means just anything motorized now, probably.
It used to mean horses, though.
Yeah, but now it's probably anything motorized. Now we're having a little debate on, well, what does cavalry really mean in the military now with me PvP?
Well, I'm just looking at post World War II to the present day. I'm just going to take a quick look at this. So if you want to continue speaking, Dan, I might need a minute here.
I thought cavalry meant reinforcements because, like when I watched, like for example, the old X-Men show, the animated show that I grew up with, when Wolverine and the X-Men came in, Jubilee was like, "Oh, here comes the cavalry." So I heard multiple people say that. So I'm thinking, "Oh, okay, that just means reinforcements."
Yeah, they're different. I think the term got pretty vague in the later years when cavalry became obsolete or something. I'm just theorizing here now because I have no idea. I mean, I have heard it in movies and TV shows, like bring in the cavalry, bring in reinforcements, but I don't know what that means exactly. Maybe Pop knows because he was in the military.
I just posted the wiki page on cavalry from the end of World War II to the present day. So it's a long read, so I'm not going to even try to talk about it on here. But if you guys are half interested, check out that page because it's extensive. I gotta say, very extensive.
Well, PvP. If you're able to, what is the short, condensed version of it?
Oh hell, I have no idea. It's a lot. It goes on a lot. Cavalry is obviously a thing that's been around for many, many centuries from many, many countries. So it's not the easiest topic in the world. It says some engagements in the late 20th and early 21st century guerrilla wars involved mounted troops, particularly against partisan or guerrilla fighters in areas with poor transport infrastructure. So that would make some sense, I suppose. But they're more considered more as mounted infantry than cavalry, it says. Okay, it says today the Indian Army's 61st Cavalry is reported to be the largest existing horse-mounted cavalry unit still having operational potential. So I suppose in other countries it could still be a thing. But whether they'd actually ever see combat is quite questionable, I would guess. Because I don't think India is going to be going to war anytime soon, at least I hope not.
Nah, it's mainly ceremonial now, just like you said a few minutes ago, PvP.
Yeah, I'm looking ceremonial horse cavalry and armored cavalry retaining traditional titles. Cavalry or mounted oh god, I'm butchering this word. Gendarmes, whatever. Units continue to be maintained for purely or primarily ceremonial purposes by Algerian, Argentine, Bolivian, Brazilian, British, Bulgarian, Canadian, Chilean, Colombian, Danish, Dutch, Finnish, French, Hungarian, Indian, Italian, Jordanian, Malaysian, Moroccan, Nepalese, Nigerian, North Korean, Omani. Oh God, I've never heard of that country. Pakistani, Panamanian, Paraguayan, Peruvian, Polish, Portuguese, Russians, Senegalese, Spanish, Swedish, Thai, Tunisian, Turkmenistan, United States, Uruguay, and Venezuela armed forces. Like, okay, they're still pretty popular, ceremonially speaking. Oh my God. Okay, I'm not reading any more of this. It's just too much. But yeah, I guess they're still around. I know there's probably I think they put on sometimes they put on shows where they have the cavalry. It's just like a show thing. People buy tickets and go watch them, watch the horses like prance around and do all their special moves and all that stuff. But yeah, I think it's pretty obsolete now, as far as the battlefield would be.
Yeah, the car and the tank replaced the cavalry units.
Yeah, once you got mechanization, even in World War I, the tanks were coming in pretty big time. So even then, I think the cavalry was starting to lose its function. By the way, I had a grandfather that actually fought in the trenches in France in the First World War. I probably mentioned it previously, but he never talked about it because I'm sure he must have saw a lot of horrible shit. Probably lost a lot of friends getting slaughtered.
For trench warfare, if it's as brutal as it sounds, yeah, you probably lost a lot of friends.
Well, he said they shaved their heads.
Vector tracking software that has an AI component to it, and
so you were saying?
No, I was just going to say that I remember him slightly mentioning it a few times that he had to shave. They shaved all their hair off to get rid of the lice because the lice were crawling all over them in the trenches. Yeah, because they're basically you're in a trench like 6-8 feet deep or whatever the hell it was, just high enough to I guess put your rifle over the top and pick off the enemy. And you had lice, you had rats, you had obviously dead corpses of your comrades that might have been shot, probably shot in the head or something, maybe lying not too many feet away. So I can imagine it was not a very pleasant experience. And my mom actually said that he even to her he didn't talk about it much because he just didn't want. Well, let's put it this way: he fought in France, in Europe, and then after the war was over, he took my his wife and my mom, got them on a ship and came to Western Canada out here, about the farthest way you could get away from Europe in the entire world. Right? He just got the hell out of there and started a new life, which he had a very great life here, but I can imagine the dark things he must have gone through during the First World War. So yeah, I find it amazing though that I actually have a grandfather that fought way back then, because he was only in his 20s then too. Because he was actually my grandfather and his wife were the last generation of Victorians, because they were born in like the 1890s, and that was Queen Victoria was still the Queen of England at that time. So I have a little bit of connection with history there, which I kind of really like. It's kind of nice to have that connection, going back over 100 years. It's kind of fascinating, actually.
So you're French and Canadian, or are you British and French?
No, I'm English Canadian. I'm English Canadian. My grandfather was British, but the British troops fought in France because all the troops were fighting in France, because that's where the Germans were trying to overtake, the Western Europe, right? So that a lot of the front lines ended up being in France for a long time during the First World War. Because I mean, the trench wars were horrible because they couldn't take much ground, right? They'd fight back and forth and kill each other and pick each other off. But if they gained 100 yards at a time, that would be a victory, right? And then they'd be back digging trenches again. So it must have been just a brutal, brutal, brutal way to fight each other. I just, it's must have been a horror show, really.
Yeah, it's outdated tactics with modern weaponry in World War One.
Well, they had tanks coming in the First World War too. If you've ever seen videos of the early tanks, they're pretty goddamn scary. If you saw one of those monstrosity mechanical monsters heading towards your trench, I can only imagine the fear that must have put in to the soldiers back then.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
but they were also pretty slow though.
Yeah, but if you got tons of machinery coming at you that's going to crush you, it doesn't matter how slow it is. Yeah, you might be able to run, but once it comes into your trench, I mean, they probably have machine guns and shit on those suckers too, right? So it's not like it's party time. It would have been horrifying. Anyway, enough to God. I'm sorry to get us into depression land again. Let's talk about something fun.
Pi says Pershing was not World War II. And Daniel says, heck, I would put George Clooney Batman is better than Affleck. Lemon Pie says he had to go into Mexico in 1914 to wipe out Mexican bandits that were terrorizing the border towns.
Wow, that's cool.
Lemon Pie says 1916, he meant. Okay, I'm going to close this out, everybody. I want to thank everybody here for being here tonight. Thank you for helping us chat tonight and giving us someone to talk to. I appreciate it. It's good to see all you guys in the chat. You all take care of yourselves. Stay warm. Hopefully I'll see you Monday on Lost in Space. And I want to say a special thank you to everybody on the panel. Dan, this is Sith Dan. Anything you want to share about your channel?
Well, besides my panelists and the chatters are the usuals, on my YouTube channel I usually cover different sci-fi TV shows or movies. I do cover other subjects depending how well versed I am in them. I usually do my live streams on Saturdays, 4 to 6 Pacific time. And I usually am on other people's channels with open panels if they allow me to come on. And I do upload videos on my YouTube channel once a week or a few times a week, depending what mood I'm in and uploading. Beyond that,
Cool.
That's all I have to say about my channel. Beyond that, I'll turn it over to PvP, and hopefully he'll start his YouTube channel pretty soon. And beyond that, I'll turn it over to him.
Okay, thank you, Dan. What do you say, PvP? Anything you want to add?
Yeah, just try and keep it brief like I generally do, because I don't want to, take up too much time. I'm going to be uploading some albums by a punk goth band called The Damned that began in 1976 and are still going 48 years later, because my cousin and I are going to see them in Vancouver at the Commodore Ballroom live in June. And it's going to be awesome because I think everybody, the Sex Pistols and the Clash get all the attention, right? But the Damned were actually the first British punk band to put out a single 45 record, and then followed up with the first British album of punk. So they were like the first ones that hit the ground running, and they're a really good band. I mean, they've had a bizarre history, 48 years, because they started out and then they broke up, and then they did more albums, and then they broke up again, and they changed band members over the years, on and off. But what's really exciting me is the concert I'm going to see in June with my cousin is the original lineup, basically from the late 70s, early 80s. Like, they finally got the four core members back together, and they haven't played in years together because some of them had a falling out. You know how it goes when you're together for decades with people. Some people have a falling out and they didn't get along, but now they've all patched up their old problems, and they're all back together. And I've seen some videos, like they played Australia in March, their farewell tour. So I imagine we're never going to see them again in Canada. And they haven't played here in 35 years. So I'm extremely excited to see one of my favorite bands I never thought I would get to see. It's almost like seeing the Beatles, because to me, they kind of are the Beatles of punk rock. So it's going to be a great time. So I will be posting some of my favorite albums by them over the next week or so. So stay tuned, guys. Check it out. They got some really good music.
Cool, thank you. And how about Daniel's hot topics? Anything you'd like to add?
No, nothing. I'll just like to hang out on people's streams.
Well, I'm glad you came by tonight, Daniel. It's good to see you again.
It was fun.
I'm sorry to rush the closure of this, everybody, but I'm just like really exhausted. I apologize. And also, to be honest, hey, Daniel, do you remember last year when those aliens supposedly landed in that family's backyard in Las Vegas? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Well, they just released a video of the backyard and possibly a sighting of the aliens on the video. I'm going to examine it. Yeah, I wish I would have had it before tonight. I was showed it tonight.
Yeah, dude, we got to do that alien vid, like that thing that we're going to do, right? There's so much to talk about.
It's one thing to squint at a fuzzy video.
Well, let's show it right now really quick. What do you say?
Yeah, go for it, Pop. I'd love to see it. I really want to see it now.
Yeah, because it's 10 months later, and they're just now releasing the video saying that it's real. Funny how it took them a year to do it.
Yeah, I want to see it. That sounds really great.
Oh, they won't get copyright stricken, but oh well.
Oh, hope not. Oh no.
I'll try to skip through what the reporter is saying. Bear with me, guys.
No worries.
But I don't want to say this for another week, so let's cover this now.
That sounds like a fun way to end tonight's stream anyway, Pop.
And that is not the right tab. This is the tab that I want. Just a moment, guys. The problem is, though, it's one of those videos where you got to watch it over and over and over to see what they're talking about, I think. So I'll try to do my best at catching it without having to watch it over and over and over and over. Okay, I'm just moving my tabs around here really quick. And make sure you guys can see this. Can you guys see this?
I see a woman with blonde
Can they
hair.
enlarge?
Oh, she's pretty.
Now, make sure I'm going to play a snippet. Let me know, you guys know if you can hear it.
If you could go full screen, that would be better, but it's still watchable.
Las
It's
Vegas
one
giant
thing to
creature.
squint at a fuzzy video.
Can you hear it?
Yeah, I could hear it. Yeah, for a second there.
I'm going to do full screen.
That's
on
got
YouTube
it
and
good.
decides
Yeah.
Space aliens do or do not exist. And it's another thing entirely to subject those sightings to the same kind of scientific rigor that puts, say, killers in prison.
I'm having to skip through it because I don't want to get copyright stricken by these people.
Right.
This reminds me when they had to examine the O.J. Simpson video years ago.
Specialists in forensic animation, 3D modeling, and motion graphics. He took a close look at the video that was recorded by that family in Las Vegas, and he applied his technology to try to debunk it. Here he is on his YouTube channel, Crime Scene, discussing what he calls the entity in the family's backyard.
We can take a video and look at whether or not there is an artificial artifact added to it or not. And in this case, we can definitively say, to a degree of scientific certainty, that this entity, this thing in the video, is there in the physical reality in which the Kenmore family is also there. Like, this is so critical because you can clearly see through the slots in the fence that there is a leg motion moving from the right to the left side of the screen. And clearly it is behind there. So this isn't just like a head floating in space. This is a head of that is somehow that does not have full opacity, that the opacity of the head of the shadow is only at about 33% opacity,
and that's what the witness
versus a normal shadow, which would be at 100%
right.
opacity, or an object in the screen, which is at 100%. And this isn't anything that you did. It's just what you were able to determine, that this shadow being, or this being in the shadows, possibly creating its own shadow or smoky filter or cloaking technique, is not only cloaking itself from the people there, but cloaking itself from the camera itself, in that it's minimizing our ability to identify pixels inside of that shadow.
Huh. Wow.
I'm joined now by UFO expert.
So if you just go to YouTube and look up Vegas alien video, you can look at the video and you can examine that yourself.
Yeah, that's very interesting, actually, Pop. Gosh.
I remember the night that they had the spotting when they were interviewing. This is when they would not show the video in the backyard, when they were interviewing the family, and they said it was like it was almost out of focus, that it was blurry, and the family said that. So whatever these are, they're kind of like the Predator, where they have some kind of built-in cloaking device.
I was thinking they must be Romulans. That's just my silly thoughts.
They fit the description of the tall aliens, the ones that are known to live underground in certain bases.
Interesting. Yeah. Gosh.
But does the government know about them?
Oh yes.
No, the government knows about a lot of shit they aren't sharing with us peasants.
Yeah, that's the one, Daniel, where I showed you that guy. Remember I told you? I showed the video clip of the man that went underground, and they didn't warn him ahead of time, and they took him underground to one of these bases, and he saw the aliens and panicked, pulled out his gun and started shooting the alien, and then it blasted him with a laser and blew his fingers off and half of his hand. And I showed that video on YouTube. And he was found dead a couple of days later after reporting it. But yes, so that's one of the known species that have known to be around here.
Are those reptilians?
No, they're not the reptilians. They're kind of a large version of the small gray aliens. Supposedly they're like a small version of gray with big black eyes.
Are they benevolent?
Depends on your point of view. They do say they have agreements with our government. They have big bases that we share with them underground, like in New Mexico and some other places. But there's also rumors that they experiment on us, and the government lets them do that. And that's where a lot of missing people go for in the of the what do you call it? The big parks like Yosemite and all those. There's a video on that called "The Missing 411," and it talks about all the people that disappear at the national parks, and it talks about how a lot of them are just abducted and they're being used for experimentation by these tall beings. Supposedly, if it's true, we're being experimented on and our genetics manipulated by these tall beings, and we're also being used for food by the reptiles and or these tall beings. I don't know if these tall beings feed on us or not, but I know they say the reptiles do. And they say that these tall beings abduct us so they can experiment on our bodies. That's part of one of the, we ever get to cover that on my show, I want to cover that topic.
It sounds like something for a future episode, a future stream pop. That might be interesting.
Are they trading humans for technology?
Yes.
I just posted in the private chat, by the way. If you want a fun TV show that's very interesting and quite well written about an alien invasion of planet Earth, it's one of my favorite 1960s shows called The Invaders. I just posted it in the private chat, and it's quite excellent, especially season 1. I think is pretty solid overall. Really good show, and it definitely is about aliens invading our planet Earth. So it's a very good show to watch if you want to watch a TV show on the topic.
Yeah, I thought that the government was talking to the Greys about exchanging humans for technology.
They are. This is one of the species that we're dealing with. Remember, now we're dealing with more than one species. And that would make a lot of sense. They wouldn't be, like this species wouldn't be the ones in those little Tic Tac UFOs that we've seen. Those are probably the little grays or maybe drones. But these, the giant ones, they've been spotted before where they're like 18 to 20 feet tall. But this is the first time that I know that's been caught on video. And I'm surprised they put it on the news. I'm surprised they didn't bury it like everything else they do. Maybe we'll try to see them picking orange juice.
Tell me, Pop, are they humanoid?
Humanoid as far as they walk on 2 legs. They have 2 arms.
Because for scientists say the humanoid form is actually going to be pretty rare in the universe unless you believe in something called convergent evolution.
Or they could be from here. They could be us from the past.
Or the very distant future.
What if they're what if they're us from the future?
That's what I'm saying. Or we long time ago went underground and evolved separately. And that could be us, our species from a long time ago. Like, how do we know they're not originally derived from the Atlanteans? How do we know that when the world was turmoil and the Atlanteans saw that all hell was breaking loose, maybe they went underground, and that's why they disappeared? I think what else explains all these carvings on caves by cavemen thousands of years ago, before we were even around, and it depicts aliens, spaceships, and all that stuff.
Well, there's also the thing too with aliens. They might take human form, but they have to regenerate. Like the invaders.
No, that's fiction. No, we're talking about they don't do that in real life.
Okay, well, I won't say any more then.
Yeah, I'm just saying what you're talking about is stuff we see on TVs and movies. I'm talking about they don't regenerate or take our form. They are their own form. They have no need to take our form.
Okay, that's cool.
And that alien that we saw in the video here, that one guy, because I'll show the video again next week of the guy who went down there and shot one of them, and they blasted back with one of their laser beams. And like I said, it cut half of his hand off and it cut through his chest. But he said that those aliens, like they could tear, like if you had a watchdog, like a German Shepherd or a Doberman Pinscher or something, those aliens could rip through it in seconds. They'd be like one of us with a little Chihuahua.
So they have like Star Trek, like phasers, like they can vaporize people.
Definitely.
So that's where they got it from. The idea. Okay.
No, what?
You know, like phasers. The idea for phasers.
Oh, well, we have ray guns in science fiction dating back longer than Star Wars and Lost in Space. So ray guns, yeah, we've had that go back. I don't know if ray guns in movies and TV shows were a product of a writer's imagination or if they were derived from the saucer sightings. A lot of the stuff we have seen, I know Day the Earth Stood Still supposedly was heavily influenced by our meeting the aliens and the Majestic 12 and Eisenhower. But there's not a lot of evidence. They usually bury it. That's why I'm surprised they're showing this here. And of course, it says News Nation. You know, it's not one of the major networks, not ABC or CBS or one of those. They're not going to show it. But anyway, I thought I'd share that with you guys before I close it up for the night. But thank you, everybody in the chat. I appreciate it once again. You guys all take care. Drive safe if you were tomorrow. Stay safe. And especially thank you for all you guys on the panel. Thank you guys for chatting for the last 3 or 4 hours or 3.5 hours or whatever. 4.5 hours? Yeah.
Probably getting close to 4.5 now, Pop.
I can tell that's just, yeah, my meds are kicking in. That's how I can tell I'm really tired.
Yeah, I understand, Pop.
If I don't see you guys sooner,
get a good night's sleep there, guy.
You too. If I don't see you sooner, I'll see you Monday on Lost in Space. Yes,
yeah,
ma'am.
I'm gonna watch Lost in Space right now, actually, after we're done here, and get prepared, and hopefully everything will be good on Monday. Yeah.
Well, Bob, hopefully you do well, stay alive, and maintain your treatments. And
Thank you.
Try and live as best you can.
I'm no longer being treated, but thank you. I appreciate it. You guys have a great night, okay?
You too, Pop.
Good night.
Take care.
Good night,
Take
everybody.
Care. Bye-bye. Good night,
Bye.
everyone.
Night.
Good
Stay
night.
safe wherever you are and stay warm. If I can even show the right video, that's how tired.